You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Well, howdy there, folks. You tired of centralized nonsense telling you what's money and what ain't? You tired of the shitcoiners getting your way of ushering in hyper-Bitcoinization? Come on down to Trinkets for Plebs, where decentralization ain't just a buzzword, it's a lifestyle. Now, I can't tell you that these trinkets do much, but I can tell you they shine brighter than fiat promises, and they're built tougher than a shit poster in a bear market. You like freedom? You like sound money? You like things that make your in-laws nervous at Thanksgiving? Then, brother, you need yourself a pleb trinket. These little beauties whisper one truth and one truth only. Bitcoin is money. Say it with me now. Bitcoin is money. And folks, I ain't talking about some fancy Wall Street ETF nonsense. No, sir. I'm talking peer-to-peer, open source, borderless magic internet hard money trinkets. Don't ask how it works. Just know the plebs are stacking them. The bona fide, glorified, purity test certified trinkets are running out faster than block space when Udi has VC money. So bring your sats, your hash power, and your best buddy Jim, the one who still thinks Dogecoin's a retirement plan. And come on down to Trinkets for Plebs, where we don't sell dreams, we mine them. Trinkets for Plebs. Decentralization you can hold in your hand.
Seriously, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to take a sponsorship from Trinkets with Plebs? I'm getting so tired of all the fucking pleb slop stuff, guys. I just don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't fucking care. Yes, it's there, and we all have to see it every single day. But you need to stop talking about it. It's become a problem, an addiction. You are addicted to calling out pleb slop. Why can't you just be addicted to things like normal people are? Just do some cocaine, get really drunk, and screw some hookers. There's some cute ones out there if you hang around Michael Saylor. Quit tearing down the heroes of the plebs and exposing them for spewing worthless pleb slop. I don't care if this is the biggest story of the century. Just fucking cut it out, you maniacs. Anyways, even if you keep on going, I'll still love you guys. This is Kaylee Welch, and you are listening to the Bugle Weekly.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo, yo, yo! How's tricks, my ashwagandhans? What the fuck is going on with this latest unprepared show? Is it the most underprepared show ever? No, it's not. But not the least underprepared either. Solidly underprepared. This is Thane Riddle punching it for another underpaid shift box. Box? We're gonna start calling you Box. You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, the most spectacular treasure in history. Maybe we're live on Zap.stream. Maybe we're not. Either way, Zappa silly, which is a gay way to say send us Bitcoin Lightning, Bitcoin on Nostr. You can find us on Nostr somehow. I don't know. I should probably learn what we're called there or something. If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. And either way, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio to get your ass into the PAZNIA radio network chat on SimpleX on your phone or desktop client. Later on, I'll start taking call-ins in like an hour or something. And I'll check the PAZNIA radio network chat and read what you said and answer you live. Either way, please go to SimpleX chat, PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio 360 win. On today's show, the down-to-earth tip will be, I'm just going to be talking about this old book you may or may not have heard of called Steal This Book. And then I'm going to talk about, for the fucking building the second realm thing, I'm really out of material here, folks. I'm going to talk about decentralized marketplaces and zero knowledge reputations a little bit. And hopefully if I just say some crap off the top of my head, it'll sound cool. The guest is just me and my sorrow. In about an hour, around 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, you can go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to make sounds on the show, or if you want to talk to me in text and stuff like that, or make other symbols and things like that. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio. I'll give you some news. It's a slow news week, which on one hand is a good thing because news is gay, and it's bad because, like, if I'm talking about it, it should be bad, right? It should be it should be something threatening to you. But also at the same time, on the other hand, when I have a bunch of news to talk about, I get to waste a lot of time. I don't have to put as much work into filling up my time. So as a result, I included a few dumber stories for you that are even stupider than ever. Here's the first stupid piece of news. And this is the digital news section, by the way. Anarplex reboot. I brought this up a few weeks back because Calypso from State Resistance Union told us that they're rebooting Anarplex, which is it's like a website with text documents, fucking lodging of wayfaring men and shit like that. And they had like an IRC server, and you can still read, like, there are other Anarplex archives out there. And yeah, it's kind of like a market anarchist text files kind of thing. And yeah, they're rebooting it on Reticulum, and we have a Reticulum address that we'll hopefully put in the show notes, because I'm not, what am I going to do, read that shit? Here, let's see what it looks like. Wow. Yeah, I'm not reading that shit. Well, actually, I kind of could, but why bother? Check the show notes. I think we've had enough people pranking me by getting me to read things that are hard to read. I think Sama did a good job that one time, trying to get me to read Akaimoji over and over again, and I bested him by actually reading every. Just tell listeners to message on SimpleX or whatever in the meantime before the show is posted. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I hope you guys understood that, because I didn't. Anyway, there you go. Thanks, Calypso. It's State Resistance Union. State Resistance Union is probably just Calypso and one online friend of his and his imaginary girlfriend. But here's hoping. As long as you fake it till you make it, guys, State Resistance Union is going to be a big player one day. I'm sure you'll be on the terrorist watch list before you know it. Charlie Kirk, you may have noticed I almost willfully, perhaps, have not brought up Charlie Kirk. But under digital news, I decided to bring this one up because it's kind of funny. As you might know, folks, the official story about how that fag was killed is not true. There are a bunch of theories about how that guy was shot, and there's a few that could be true. And the pretty much one of the only ones that's definitely not true is the official story. That's pretty much the one thing. That's pretty much the one you can rule out. But what's funny, something funny happened this week where somebody found, because you can, you know how big tech, they surveil you, right, for fun and profit. And that's their whole game, right? Google sells user data or sometimes just gives it away. Somebody used like the Google Search Explorer feature or whatever to check out search terms trending at times in the past, just before the assassination of that guy. And they found a bunch of Google searches coming from Israel to do with a bunch of stuff, to do with like this assassination, like stuff that couldn't possibly be known except by people who are currently planning the attack right before it happens, like the name of the patsy's lawyer before it's even assigned to him, information about doctors and hospitals, for where they're going, and blah blah blah. I can't even remember all of it, but I thought that was kind of funny for digital news, that like there's a lot of ways you can take this. You can take it as a cautionary thing if you're planning to stage an assassination and pin it on someone else with a big narrative. You might want to, not do a bunch of searches on Google to deal with it, even if you're a Mossad agent. And here's an idea: maybe don't do that. You might think, it's no big deal because Google's our friend. Yeah, but Google's mishandling your data. Okay, they're letting anyone in the world look at this. So don't, still don't do it, even if you're Google's friend. And another way you could look at it is a funny human interest thing. Maybe you'll get a kick out of hearing that dumb Jewish boomers in Mossad are just Googling this stuff while they're planning it. There's a lot of fun to be had there. Also, Google's super advanced AI for curating things for you and manipulating you still needs to be driven by a human being. So if someone doesn't think of something, they still leak it to you. So yeah, I hope you like that story. Next digital news item, old article about pre-crime stuff. An old friend of the show, because it's a slow news week, I'll tell you something that's not even news, because a friend of the show decided to link something to me this week that's from like May or something. That was like an article posted in May or something. I'm very underprepared, folks. futuredude.substack.com/p/the-spyware-trio how Epstein Thiel blah blah blah. And yeah, it's a typical, lefties love to trace the money and create infographics about, look at all the billionaires that are involved in funding something, because the billionaires are the problem and evil, which is partially true. But don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain, which is attacking people and threatening them, because we want to use that to fix the problem. We need more regulation. But forget about the person's political views. I haven't even given them the link to put in the show notes. Maybe I should do that. But that's not what we're supposed to do around here. We're supposed to talk about it as if I know this stuff on my own, not give you the link. But anyway, they talked about some crap about, I thought it was interesting, about pre-crime systems being installed on phones. Something to do with the 911 emergency integration stuff, where like they're measuring the stress levels of people talking in the environment. This is something like Amazon Alexa does to like any kind of spy device is rigged to do this. Blah blah blah. Underprepared show, folks. I don't even remember what the article says, but it was interesting. About spyware on stock Android and iPhones and stuff. So probably shouldn't use that. Boss. If you're not using either a Graphene OS phone or no phone at all, you're doing it wrong. End of story. Fix it. And go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane to buy a fucking Pixel phone with graphene on it or something. In bludgy thrilling news, not bludgy killing this time, but mind you, bludgy thrilling news, some National Guard base in the US got a package full of white powder and everybody shat their pants. I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time, really. But I feel like they misreported it in the news. And they were like, people fell ill or whatever. And that wasn't true everywhere. But people went to the hospital because they thought they didn't know what was going on. So they sent them to the hospital. But then they were all let out. It's just a hoax. It's some baby powder or something, folks. Still funny. Still a fun way to mess with the National Guard base. It's pretty easy. A lot of people do it all the time. You just send some white powder. Just set aside a day in your weekend every few months, and you can make a bunch of these envelopes and send them out. Crackdown news this week in the UK. I'm happy to say that the civil unrest was a little more wholesome than in former weeks, as we had an old school football hooligan gang war in Birmingham for a game between Tel Aviv and Aston Villa. That's nice. Psych, I'm only kidding. It of course is politicized and has to do with racial tension as well. It's not just football hooliganism, but when is it ever only football hooliganism anyway? Blah, 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 same old crap in the UK, but this time with a different twist. Over 700 bludgies were called in for this riot. Some of the rioters have festively greeted the bludgies by shooting at them with some firecrackers left over from Guy Fawkes night. All in good fun. Anyway, these Birmingham riots lasted for... They probably say Birmingham, and I sound wrong. These Birmingham riots lasted for days. And I'm not even sure if they're over yet right now, actually. They could be still going. Here's another one that I wouldn't bring up, but it's a slow news week, so go fuck yourself. Conservative influencer in Germany seeks asylum in U.S. This kind of does speak to a crackdown threat in European countries, some European countries. It's becoming more and more bad to speak up with certain political views online and get attention for it, unless people don't know who you are, unless you have good OPSEC and they can't find you, because if you're gonna just use your name and not hide who you are, use your legal name and not hide who you are, blah, blah, like this person, I think it's a chick in Germany, then you're going to get it from all sides. So she was saying she's being spied on by the government and harassed, and she's getting threats from Antifa, which, this is the country where Antifa has assassinated politicians. Like in the last month or something, Antifa assassinated like more than one politician. So getting letters, she's in a bit of a different situation. This is a little different than getting a letter in certain places. Anyway, just so you know, if you're gonna try and get a presence having controversial political views online, you might want to pay extra attention to your privacy. Here's some war news for you. The U.S. naval war on Latin American drug cartel logistics putters along, with the U.S. claiming another strike this week, which brings them up to 10 attacks so far. No big deal, right? But wait, what's this? the U.S. president denied that he's going to strike Venezuela. Well, not quite. He said he denied that he decided to strike Venezuela. Well, that's because the U.S. president is the kind of guy who doesn't like to fully decide something until the moment right before he does it. So he can always technically say that he hasn't decided to do anything, even though it's clear for anyone to see what he's going to do. It's pretty obvious America is gearing up to strike Venezuela in the near future. Is that not juicy enough for you? Well, how about yet another Thane Riddle call from months ago coming true? That's right. On this show, Thane peers into the world of tomorrow and tells you what he sees. And this third eye is getting hot, folks. So try this one on for size. I said months back, I guess at the very start of all this, if the U.S. invades Venezuela, they can't fight back much, but maybe things could get a bit more juicy if Russia thought it would be fun to help Venezuela a bit. And I pointed out that they've kind of done that before. They've been buddy-buddy with Venezuela before. They've had special forces guys there before. Well, guess what? Russian ships this week docked in Venezuela, seemingly to beef up their naval defenses a little bit. And some are saying, I don't know if it's true for sure, but some are saying that Russia has even given them air defenses and maybe even strike missiles. Ooh. So you remember that old thing people would say when after the Ukraine war became a hot button topic, and anyone on the right, any like right winger or even some libertarians, some of them have a tendency to be susceptible to Russian propaganda, like RT articles. So they become like pro-Russian, and everyone is defending Russia on that end of the political spectrum. And they say like, well, this is like the U.S. arming the Ukraine. It's like the imagine if the U.S. had a war with Mexico and Russia was arming them. And well, guess what? Something like that's about to start happening, maybe. So that'll be fun. To top it all off, there's a new leak. Speaking of Mexico, a new leak. I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody said the U.S. is planning at hitting targets in Mexico, which once again would come as no shock because they were already like flying planes, bombers over Mexico, and talking to. I think the Mexican state is aware of it. I think they were talking to them about it. But yeah, the U.S. invasion of South America is heating up, folks, and I think it could become something big that lasts a long time. It could be one of the proxy war fronts throughout World War III for many years to come. And then our last little war item, once again, slow news week. Defense News had a good article about nuclear testing. So this isn't even really a news. It's me telling you about an article. Someone's. I just thought it was good because they were talking about how because it's something I haven't really thought of. It's not in the U.S.'s interests to start nuclear testing, as they have been talking about maybe doing, because the U.S. already has done all their nuclear testing. It's all behind them already. So they have very, very good simulations for how nukes will go off. They only need to test new deployment systems, which they already do, but testing the actual nuclear bomb part shouldn't be needed because on their computers they can run very accurate simulations. And what's funny is so testing, the US doing testing would merely give like China and Russia the go ahead that it's all right for them to do testing too, and they don't have all the data that the US has. So anyway, I thought that was kind of an interesting take. And we'll finish with the human interest story. In human interest news, folks, the feds held this is just a funny story. It has no bearing on your security. It's just kind of funny. In the US, the feds held a press conference to talk about using a fascist corporate welfare program to sell Americans more Ozempic, which is a very nasty drug that stops your gastrointestinal system from working and sometimes causes dire harm to it forever. But some folks got to have a good ironic laugh as an executive of Novo Nordisk, the evil corporation that churns out this poison. He up and passed out in the middle of it all, falling to the ground like a sack of bricks. And to me, so it's kind of funny on right away that a guy that's shilling poison on TV or whatever, he just falls over like he has a problem with his health. And then to make this somehow even funnier, to me at least, the doctor who rushes over to help him is none other than Dr. Oz. Yes, that's right. Oprah's TV doctor was the doctor on scene. I don't know. I merely thought this story was funny. Like it's like a Mad TV skit or something. It's wacky, you know? I mean, what will happen at the next presidential press conference? Maybe they'll have a conference about firearm red flag laws for mental health reasons. And then the health department guy suddenly snaps and pulls out a gun, holding the president hostage. And then maybe somebody from the press conference will jump out to talk him down from shooting the president. And who will the hostage negotiator be? None other than Dr. Phil himself, folks. That would, maybe they should have that for the next one. Dr. Phil, oh, you need to put down the gun. He offers him an all expenses paid trip to an anger management course or something. And then, you know, he like snaps his fingers and says something haughty as if he's a 13-year-old girl. And then the crowd goes like, ooh, and they like boo and stuff. Anyway, try out this fake news story on Precise. Something big came out on Liberty Under Attack, folks. You're gonna want to know about this one. There's something called the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle, and you will see that it has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. A small library coming in at 27 books, and these aren't any old books. These are the books on our very own Liberty Under Attack, which is the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, and most fun book catalog in the world. Blah, 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 Paladin Press, Loom Panics. You can get the best deal ever on buying and selling and whatever you want and reading these books. The most cutting-edge books ever for edge lords in the libertarian sphere, manosphere. With the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Save big, start your self-liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And please leave a note saying Thane sent ya, so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me. Liberate yourself. Liberate Shane. Liberate your body parts. Liberate the critters of the earth. Liberate, libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And if you want to officially join the Second Realm, what's that? You think that sounds silly? Well, the joke's on you. You can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of new left and old right chads that win arguments on the internet every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, that's THANE, to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder, and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And don't forget that every month on the first and third Mondays of the month at 7 p.m. Central, right here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the greatest, most spectacular treasure in history, Richard the Dick Greaser, will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. He's going to take you through a tour of deep tracks, entertaining and enlightening band, or an overall great time. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Now for your down-to-earth tip, folks. Speaking of the new left, you remember that if you're into agorism or you've read the New Libertarian Manifesto. In fact, the New Libertarian Manifesto, even the name is likely a little play on New Left when you think about it. New Left, New Libertarian. They talk, Sec 3 talks about, people talked at the time about the libertarians, the anarcho-capitalists or the agorists are wanting to win over the old right and the new left. There can be a friendship, an unlikely friendship between the old right and the new left. What the fuck did that even mean in the early 70s? If you're not super old, you may not know what the fuck that even means. What is the new left? What the fuck was the new left? Well, let's talk about that for a second, because it has bearing on this little book we're going to be talking about today. The new left. What was that? Well, there's hippies, right? You've heard of hippies, okay? What are they, like people that do drugs and they have sex with people easily and they have long hair even though they're men and so forth? Yeah, that's part of it. It sounded more interesting at the time. Trust me. People got beaten up for having long hair. All right. Just do that shit in a small town as a male. It was kind of a thing to do. They were expressing their freedom and rebelling and all that. And not all hippies are like commies or something. All right. Now, it's true. A bunch of them were commies, but not all of them were. It was a little bit bigger than that. It was about being an edgy youth that's going to the beat of their own drum and blah, blah, blah. And not all hippies were faggots, okay? There was a subset of hippies, especially later on, which some might call yippies. All right? Now, yippies were into some things that you might find sound familiar. Like, I don't know, putting glue in the locks at school, making bombs, shoplifting, squatting, beating up the cops, vandalizing state property, so on and so forth. Yippies were into all sorts of fun little rule-breaking things. And this was one side of what you might call the new left. When you sort of become aware of that, you might see why Sec 3, he's creating this little agorist manifesto thing. It's all about revolution against the state, overthrowing the state by market activity outside the white market, counter economics, right? That's a play on the word counterculture, which was a big word at the time with the new left. A lot of that stuff, that seed of agorism was planted in the juicy dirt of the new left environment. All right, there's this revolutionary attitude of we're committing crimes and doing whatever we want. Fuck the man, and we want to bring down the system. Right, agorism was planted in that soil. Okay, and it was kind of influenced by that. And there's this one motherfucker. He's this cute young man with a Jew-fro called Abbie Hoffman. He was a big mover and shaker back in these days with the yippies and all that. And he made this book. He wrote this book. If you've ever thought about, who the fuck are the new left, and you might wonder, did they put out anything worth reading? And the answer is yes. Abbie Hoffman, the guy with the Jew-fro, put out this book called Steal This Book. That's right, folks. And he meant it. I'm sure it was hard to find a publisher. I'm sure some people didn't want to stock it. Much to his embarrassment, it did become a bestseller. However, Steal This Book is an interesting little tome. It's got, I think, 3 sections. The first is survive. Second is fight. And the third is liberate. And survive is all about little grifts and scams, how to get things for free, how to steal things, how to blah, blah, blah. that kind of thing. All sorts of tricks. And then the next one, fight. That's, they get into some interesting stuff like making bombs and going to demonstrations with a helmet and a gas mask on and throwing rocks at riot police. And Liberate is about tips for specific towns like Chicago or New York City or whatever. And the book is written. There's a lot of things about both the content and the style of the book that might remind you of certain things that came later. Things that, Rayo 1 wrote, Vonu material, stuff Sec 3 said, shit that, whatever, you name it. Shit in like text files in the 80s and 90s, shit on Totsie, like I read on Halloween, a couple Totsie articles, all that stuff, shit, and the way we talk here now, the way we joke around, the way we have funny words for things. We do this thing called culture jamming, right? Like the table of contents in this book is called Table of Discontents. That's basically PAZNIA level pun, the PAZNIA Department of fucking whatever stupid puns we have. It'll feel familiar, and a lot of this stuff is ahead of its time. So you should check it out. And yeah, it's true, as many people like to bring up, some of the stuff in this book is outdated. It was written for like the early 70s. So like, certain techniques are outdated, but I'll give you I'll wet your beak a little and burn a lot of time going through the table of contents or discontents, and trying to remember what it said. It's been years and years and years and years since I've read this book for real. Yeah, Abby Hoffman's a really funny guy. He has a lot of good quotes. And it's funny, he was considered like this notable radical revolutionary, right? But he's only considered that because of his tactics. His tactics are radical and his style is unusual. But like when you see inklings of what his political views are like left of center or something. It's really funny. His political views are very inoffensive, especially by today's standards. But his tactics are radical. Therefore, he's a radical. It's pretty funny. But this guy is a friend and a fellow traveler from the past, with some interesting, and it really is, I think it is still valuable to read. I don't think it's, some of the stuff isn't out of date. Some of the stuff will work. And even the stuff that doesn't work, it's really good to read it because it gets your brain working and thinking about scams and stuff. Because it's a lot of the social engineering stuff is like timeless, for example. So let's take a look at the survive section. First off, we got free food, free clothing and furniture, free transportation, free land, free housing, free education, free medical care, free communication, free play, free money, free dope, and assorted freebies. So let's dig a little deeper here in the survive section. One of the more interesting parts of the book. Under free food, we got restaurants. He talks about a number of little tricks here. There's no way I could possibly reference every little trick, but off the top of my head, of course, there's dine and dash. There's you take a little dead cockroach or something and you put it in your food and then complain and kick up a fuss and get it for free. There's all sorts of clever variations on dine and dash. He talks about, some of the things he says remind me of stuff I wrote in Hiding Stuff, right? Which is going to be put out in Vonu Life 2025 sometime, I guess this month or next. And stuff we talk about on the show. He talks about shrouding. He talks about wearing disguises. He talks about social engineering. Like he mentions a lot, looking straight, right? You wet your long hair down and tuck it under a hat and you have a nice suit. You have a nice outfit ready for when you need to look straight. And he even talks about the put on a high vis vest, basically put on a hard hat, that sort of thing. He's got food programs, supermarkets. He talks all about shoplifting from supermarkets. One of his restaurant things was like sewing a bag in your clothes and going to a buffet and putting shit in the bag. Talking all about shoplifting. These guys were some of the first shoplifters at supermarkets in the world, ever since supermarkets first started. Wholesale markets, that might be out of date. I don't know. I'm not sure. Food conspiracies. This one is interesting to take a second look at with new eyes in the 21st century. Food conspiracies were like his funny word for a food co-op, where you have a group of people who they basically use every scam in the book to get food for free, to get food for cheap, and then they sell it. They divide it up and sell it as part of a co-op, a cheap, affordable co-op for people as one of the ways to support the community and blah, blah, blah. It's an interesting thing to look at from the 21st century and go, could we do something like this? Because I think the answer is yes. And that is counter economics. Like he's literally talking about by breaking a bunch of rules, we can have a wider profit margin and outcompete other people in this industry and support a revolutionary community. That's what a food conspiracy is. So this is like a pre-agorism counter economics thing. Cheap chow. I can't remember. He's talking about ways to get food for cheap. Free clothing and furniture. Free clothing, even easier to get than free food. Of course, shoplifting clothes is one of them. Taking a bunch of clothes into a changing room and fucking tying it to your leg under your pants and then coming out with less of the clothes. He talks about making sandals out of used tires like a Vietnamese person. And free furniture. He talks about going to a college dorm during a big protest or during unrest with a wheelbarrow and just taking couches and shit. Also going to construction sites and taking cable spools and using them as tables and taking cinder blocks and all sorts of crazy shit. I couldn't possibly remember every tip in this book. Free transportation. Hitchhiking. Ah, yes. Hitchhiking. There are a few things bigger among hippies and crust punks and homeless folks and people like that all the way to today. There's a whole community of folks like this. They're not too far from, I'm sure they're kind of adjacent to Vonuans, right? Some Vonuans live in vans. And hitchhiking is a big thing. And it's a deep subject, a surprisingly deep subject. And he gives some of his tips on hitchhiking are still relevant to today. Freighting, that's about riding the rails, hopping the trains. That's also something you can still do today. Cars, having a car and fucking, I don't know, he talks about shit like getting other people to pay for gas, but some of this stuff is pretty obvious. Buses, ways to sneak on buses. It may or may not be a little outdated, but still good to read. Airlines, a lot of that stuff is definitely outdated. Back in the 70s, plane security was almost nothing compared to today. So there was all sorts of tricks you could pull. And it's kind of fun to read about though, forging, taking two different receipts and sticking them together so you can travel around the world. In city travel. Honestly, can't remember what that is. Free land. And that's where we're starting to get almost into Vonu type territory, almost into territory that Reo 1 would write about when he talks about free land and different contexts. Yeah, some of it's urban squatting, but he talks plenty about rural stuff. He doesn't go hardcore into the classic Reo 1 thing of going out into the wilderness. He might touch on that very briefly, but he gives you some tips and tricks for homesteading and things like that. Free housing, communes. Oh, communes. Oh, we don't like that, do we? Right? Because that would be communism, right? And we're we believe in markets, and this commune section will remind you of some things. It'll remind you of freedom cells. It'll remind you of PAZNIA. He even talks about, certain things Abby Hoffman knew in his gut are things that we talk about all the time now that have been like researched. Like he says, a commune should have 4 to 7 people. Where the fuck did he get that? I think he pulled it out of his ass from experience. But like now we know it's like this well-researched thing that we often say to each other that, a freedom cell should have, 3 to 8 people or 5 to 10 people or, whatever. Abby Hoffman knew that. Okay. And there's other things he knew too. Like, he doesn't really get deep into vetting, but he is starting to go that way. It is relevant today still, and relevant to people who aren't communists. Urban living, rural living, blah, blah, blah. List of communes, mostly of historical note, though there are a few communes still going from the 70s. Free education. I think in that one, he mostly just tells you what a lot of folks already know, which is you can sit in and audit classes. You can sit in and audit university classes. He has a funny quote under free education where he talks about two-timing punks. Most college radicals are two-timing punks because they're going to school to get a degree for the rat race just like everyone else, but they're pretending to be radicals for a little while. Until then, he says the only reason you should be in college is to destroy it. But yeah, he does say he talks about auditing classes, which is something you can still do today. You can get away with auditing entire courses in a lot of universities. And he talks about the concept of a free university, and folks who have gotten together to have these kinds of grassroots classes and shit like that. Once again, this pre-echoes shit that I see libertarians doing and adjacent people doing in this day and age. People doing things like learning pods, people doing things like, I've seen different libertarian communities do shit like, have little classes about fucking this and that, about first aid or about guns or about fucking, I don't know, whatever crap they're into, cryptocurrency. So this kind of echoes that. I don't know if is there a PAZNIA Department of Education yet? I don't know if there is, but it makes me think, what that could look like. Free medical care. Talks about birth control clinics, abortions, diseases treated free. Very hippie topics to talk about getting your abortions and your STDs treated for free. Even if you don't believe in abortion or you just don't care because it's easy to get one now, once again, good to read it, okay? Because this was written in a time when it was harder to get abortions, and it was much more controversial. It was a much more touchy subject, and I feel like it's pretty educational to read about and sort of think, how does this apply? Oh, there is a PAZNIA Department of Education, PAZNIA.com/education. I may have even read that page at some point, but forgot. But yeah, so even if you don't like abortions or whatever, it's useful to read because he's talking about how to get around, how to get a medical treatment that might not be legal where you are, or that might be hard to find information about. And I feel like some of that thinking applies in other cases, like maybe there's something medical you want done now that's not quite legal or touchy or whatever, and you think like maybe it has to do with vaccines. Maybe you want a doctor to say they vaccinated you when they didn't, They just threw out a vaccine or something. That's where my mind goes, and so it's good to think this way, and see how else you can apply this way of thinking, even for the outdated tips. Free communication, press conference. He talks about some interesting propaganda type stuff for radicals. So one is a press conference. Holding a press conference, how to do it. Any idiot can do it. Basically, he tells you how to just throw a press conference together, contact a bunch of people from the news. Now, of course, times have changed, but I'm pretty sure you could still maybe pull off something like this today. He talks about how to use theatrics and distinguish yourself from the establishment by talking in a different way, and how to make the opening part of your press conference, which is the only part anyone's ever going to hear, making that punchy and interesting and blah blah blah. Wall painting, I guess that's just vandalism. Use of the flag. He talks about something PAZNIA did actually, which is making your own flag. Now, to be fair, PAZNIA's flag is a bit busy. It's a bit graphically busy. I think that the flag they had, these what are the Youth International Party or something, the Yippies, the YIP or whoever it was, their nation. They had a flag for their nation, which was like a black flag with a red star and like a weed leaf on it, which is much more. That's the kind of flag you want to see, something that's like graphically simple and beautiful. And he was talking about the value of using a flag. Radio, he talks about what we're doing right now. He's talking about guerrilla radio and shit like that. Free telephones, pay phones, a lot of that stuff. You'll find, first of all, it's outdated as hell, and you'll find, and if you were interested in outdated telephone shit, you should read old Freaker text files, because that really gets into it. But still worthy of learning about. And is it later that he talks about coins? I think it's later he talks about coins. I'm not sure where though, but because there's this is something that still works on some vending machines or payphones or things that accept coins, that you can get coins in other currencies, or you can get washers and like tape over the hole, that are roughly the same size as, let's say, a US quarter or whatever. And at some point in the book, he gives you lists of foreign currencies that, at least in the 70s, had the same dimensions as, like, US quarters and US dimes and so forth. Though I'm not sure where in the book. I think he put that later in the book. Free play. Movies and concerts. Everyone knows how easy it is to sneak into the movies. Person pays and then they go to the back and opens the exit door, or you just wait at the exit door for someone to leave that and you walk in, and so on. All sorts of little social engineering tricks. Getting records and books sent to you for free. That's kind of outdated. Who wants a bunch of records? Who wants a bunch of vinyl records and books taking up space? But still fun to read. Free money. He talks about getting on welfare. Which, by the way, the tips he has for getting on welfare and unemployment and shit, pretty much still stand today. If anything, it's even easier now to fake a disability. It depends where you are, of course, but his basic approach it still applies somehow. Panhandling. He talks about panhandling. He's got a section called ripoffs. And the International Yippie Currency Exchange. Cannot remember that. That's definitely about counterfeiting money. Oh yeah, that must be where he's got the coins. The International Yippie Currency Exchange. Free dope, buying, selling, and giving it away, and growing your own. I think he really goes into pains to talk about growing weed, if I remember rightly, and also camouflaging it and stuff. A lot of that stuff is probably still works today. I'd say it's probably still the same. Growing weed hasn't changed that much. Assorted freebies, laundry. Yeah, getting free laundry at a laundromat. I think one of the things he says is go in to someone who has a light load and ask and offer to watch their laundry for them if you throw your clothes in with. I feel like some of these things were easier in the 70s when people were less scared of strangers all the time and people were a little more friendly. But with that said, those social engineering tips can still work. You just have to be, like he says, dressed the right way, talking the right way. You have to be like likable. And you can keep trying if it doesn't work the first time. Free pets. He talks about getting free pets from the whatever. Free posters, free securities, which is like forging pretending having a bank book with wrong information on it to provide as collateral for bail, shit like that. Free postage. Some of that still works today, believe it or not. Free maps, whatever the fuck ministry is. Free atrocities, which is misspelled with 2 T's. He just tells you to join the military. Veterans benefits. Free watch, oh yeah, a lot of these are like weird little one-off tips that are totally outdated. Free vacations, free drinks, free burials, Astrodome pictures, diplomas, and toilets. Oh, there you go. So that's the survive section. And here, I'll waste all my time before the commercial break by at least dipping a little into the fight section, because this is the fight section is a good section. I should probably go into that. He talks about underground press and spreading propaganda and information as a revolutionary. Some of that's not relevant anymore, really. Some of it is. The switchboard idea is kind of cool. That's where like you call a number and you can tell them anything, and then they have to call 5 people and forward the information to them, who in turn have to each call 5 people, and so on. A good enough switchboard network can spread a lot of information very quickly. So, and I kind of feel like that's an interesting idea. I mean, the internet might make that feel irrelevant, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Something about that idea tickles my brain. Guerrilla broadcasting, talks about guerrilla radio, guerrilla television. Guerrilla radio is not dead, folks. We may have that coming down the pipeline on the PAZNIA radio network if we haven't started already. Demonstrations, talks about what to dress. Old bike helmets, old motorcycle helmets, and hard hats and things like that. Gas masks and walkie-talkies and so forth. And he gets into trashing, which is an interesting section. That's like somewhere between a riot and guerrilla warfare, where you get to throw rocks at the riot bludgies and like break shit. And he talks about weapons and knife fighting and unarmed defense and general strategy and how to fuck with the cops. And then of course we can't let the book be over without a people's chemistry section, where he talks about a lot of things that still work, making a stink bomb, a smoke bomb, Molotov, and pipe bombs and other weird little things. And he talks about some first aid tips. Hip pocket law. What the fuck is that? I think that's hip pocket law. That's like legal interstices. And we'll finish up this steal this book crap after the break, folks. We'll see you after the break. A little star sponsors messages.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't.
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities. That we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntaryist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Oh, yeah. Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. Welcome back to Cloak and Dagger. I'm going to be rebranding Cloak and Dagger to Cloak and Dagger with an N in the middle. That's got two apostrophes on either side so that it looks like some sort of sweet treat marketed to children or something like that. And then, there's all sorts of puns that come from that, like to the nth degree or whatever. Cloak and Dagger. Welcome back to Cloak and Dagger. What were we talking about again? Oh, yeah. Before we get back to that, let me just remind you that you can call into the show right now if you want. I don't care. PAZNIA.com/call. Do you feel like it? Do you want to do it? You can do it if you want to. Just go to PAZNIA.com/call. We'll have ourselves a little chat. You could just interrupt me. I don't care. I'm just making it all up as I'm going along here, okay? People might like whatever dumb shit you have to say, too. I didn't think before I spoke, so you don't have to either. And let's see what they've said in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Not fucking much. There was an update from Radio 2 about how YouTube took... Oh, okay. I think that looks like a Vonu podcast episode down for guns, talking about guns. Or it's a community guidelines of warning, whatever the fuck that means. Blah, blah, blah. No one said anything in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Thanks a lot, guys. If you say something now or soon, then I'll look again. So yeah, you should do that, or call on PAZNIA.com/call, or do neither, whatever, and just let me titter around, talking. I got better things to do, folks, than be here. I can close early whenever I want to. I can leave whenever I want. No one's keeping me here, but I'm not, because I have more bullshit to get through. Steal this book. What's the next section in Steal This Book? Steal now, pay never. Shoplifting. I could have sworn he talked about shoplifting earlier in the book. Why is that in the fight section as opposed to other stuff that he already said about shoplifting in the survive section? I don't know. I do not remember that. Monkey welfare. Your guess is as good as mine as to what that is. Oh, he talks about credit card fraud. He's very ahead of his time here, folks. And then, of course, we've got peace now, which is a pun because it's the word P-I-E-C-E now. And that's the guns section. That's right, folks. Okay. Certain kinds of hippies like guns, especially yippies. And he talks about guns. And then and I'm sure much of that is some of that's still relevant today. The underground, he talks about identification papers. I don't know, maybe that's about a paper trip. I honestly don't remember. And then the liberate section is the least interesting part of the book. That's specific tips to New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, charmingly titled Fuck New York, Fuck Chicago, etc. So there you have it, folks. This little bookie boo called Steal This Book, which you will likely steal. You will likely pirate it online. It's pretty easy to come by. It's worth reading for multiple reasons. One is that some of the stuff in it still works, and the stuff that doesn't still teaches you about how to think this way and come up with your own stuff. And another is, of course, if you're any kind of historical nerd or you have some sort of intellectual curiosity about just one step, just a little step, a few years behind something like agorism, anarcho-capitalism, and Vonu, just a few years before that, to get a last little hint of what was some of the countercultural DNA floating around at the time that very clearly still ended up, we still share some of that counterculture DNA now, making similar jokes, talking in a similar way, and even talking about some of the same tactics. So it's a fun read. You should check it out. Steal This Book is like required reading for someone who cares about reading books, which, you know, honestly, it's not really me. I'm too smart for books. Books are too slow for me. I'm just like, can you give me the Cliff Notes or something? Anyway, I hope you liked it. What do you think? Did you like me reading the table of contents of a book to you again? Enjoy. This is what happens. I'm out of material. Hope you like it. You're gonna take it and like it. So what's the other thing I'm supposed to talk about next? I guess fan mail or something. Is this when it usually comes in? Here, are you ready for advertisements? Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. You can get a Pixel 7 privacy phone with Graphene OS or Calyx ThinkPads with neutralized IME and open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. There's tablets, etc. If there's something you want that's not in stock on libertyunderattack.com/Thane, that's THANE, or you want a custom job, or you want to ask some questions, just email Shane, that's SHANE, at libertyunderattack.com, Shane at libertyunderattack.com, or go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane to buy the stuff. And do not confuse our names, which are unfortunately close to each other. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. So save yourself the headache and buy Jammin's ThinkPads and shit at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself. Alex Jones 360 win. The resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. And does your body ever hurt anywhere? Because you've been trashing lately. You got your hard hat on, you got your gas mask on, you're affixing a protest sign to a hard metal pole. You're throwing bricks. Oh, sometimes, every once in a while, you get hurt. You get a little baton to the head. Just spray some Pain Liberator on that shit. Just go to libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane. That's PAINTHANE, and get some Pain Liberator. It's this little thing that's made of 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. It's in like an amber glass spray bottle. It's great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain, with a little head trauma from a baton or something. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it is magical. There is nothing like this product on earth. There's no competition. It is a magic spray that immediately works that relieves pain within like maybe a few second or two. You will know it works right away. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane and buy some of that shit. You have to, because no one else sells something like this. How about this? Guests for the show. Are you tired of we're probably going to have a guest for the show soon. So there was one coming down the pipeline, but we often don't have one. And when we do, let's be honest, it's usually a dumb retard. Okay, it's usually a piece of shit. All right. Well, don't sit by and let this happen. Help me. Can you think of somebody that could be a guest on the show? Tell me about them. Go to VonnyPodcast.com/CD. Talk to me on Session or Simple X and suggest them to me. Better yet, you fucking ask them to come on the show for me. I don't do that shit. It's always someone else doing it. I should, right? Maybe sooner or later I will finally get off my ass and ask someone, do something for the show outside of the absolute bare minimum, but hasn't happened so far, folks. So I wouldn't cross your fingers on that one. Remember, folks, you can call in at any time. Go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to talk or something. I don't think there's any fan mail today. This is the first time in months we've gone without having fan mail. Oh, right. I remember what I used to do. I used to read fake fan mail. I should have remembered to do that. Let's see. Well, I haven't prepared. I have some ideas for fake fan mail that I wrote when the show started, but then I unexpectedly started getting real fan mail like right away. I'll have to remember to do fake fan mail next time. Don't pay attention to that, folks. Just don't look at the man behind the curtain. Let's look at what they've said on PAZNIA Radio Network chat, shall we? Ted says, is it a NAP violation that I feel personally attacked regarding vinyls and books sitting around? Yes, because you are your ego. There is no you, really. So the closest thing to you is your ego, ideas that you have about yourself. So by attacking having vinyls and books lying around, something that you identify with, I have attacked your ego, and thus I have attacked you. And you may retaliate by attacking my ego in turn. Good luck with that, because I'm a Zen master who has no ego. But it's pretty easy to insult me because I am gravely lacking in every imaginable way. I'm a piece of shit. So go ahead. Kick me while I'm down. You cannot break what is already broken. I am like water. There you go. Feel free to say some other crap in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat or call in at PAZNIA.com/call. I'm supposed to talk about building the second realm topic in theory, and I said that I'm going to talk about decentralized marketplaces and zero knowledge reputations. This is something I've touched on before. I have not much in the way of notes about this. Here's what I'll do. I'll just read insurrectionary agorism and pretend that it's something that I'm saying on the show. Decentralized marketplace. The Agora needs a digital market on which you can swap anything that is very private, that nobody can take down. No more rug pulls, no more bludgy takedowns. Okay, the darknet markets, the centralized darknet markets that we have now are cool and all, but everyone knows. Okay, all the cool kids know, all the cypherpunks know that's not the way of tomorrow. Centralized, darknet markets. Anyway, we can do away with these centralized darknet markets and all the old online markets, really, period. We can do away with eBay. We can do away with Amazon. Okay, we can go further than just darknet markets doing what darknet markets do. We can do everything. Now, a good decentralized marketplace, and here's where I feel like maybe what I say is not quite what other people say on this. And it's something that is kind of hard to even articulate to you. So bear with me here. My thinking for a while has been, now I'm not saying that this is like 100% needed for cool decentralized marketplaces to happen. And I may even go so far as to say cool, big decentralized marketplace protocols likely will happen without it being this. But sooner or later, hopefully, we'll get around to doing this. What is this? What the fuck am I talking about right now? I'm glad you asked. It's something that I have a hard time explaining. I would like a protocol that at the very lowest level, it abstracts all market activity to its most basic components. So that way you can have, let's say, something like an Uber ride, okay, buying a car ride from someone and buying some oranges from someone and buying an hour of consulting from someone. How about hiring someone for a long-term contract? And so on and so forth. There are all kinds of different activities. How about renting out a room, Airbnb style? There are all kinds of different economic activities. They can all be described. They can all be formatted in the same underlying way, an abstract market activity language. Now, the good news is somebody's already made something like this. There's something called value flows, which is kind of what I'm talking about here. It is what I'm talking about here, more or less. It's the start of what it is what it is, but it needs to be applied in new ways. Value flows is a way of describing all economic activity in a new way. It could be thought of as a replacement for double entry accounting, a new way of accounting, or it could be thought of as, if you want to be a nerdy, an API for the economy, an application programmable interface for the economy. In other words, a language to describe economic activity that is machine readable and thus conducive to automation and stuff like that, which could be smart contracts and stuff like that. I think starting there is powerful, because I picture a decentralized protocol, one or more decentralized protocols, based on such an abstract economic language that it can be used to list, to buy and sell all kinds of fucking things, as I described, the same protocol. So rather than reinventing the wheel every time you want to. Let's do a decentralized Uber. Let's do a decentralized eBay. Let's do a decentralized whatever. Instead of doing that, and even, by the way, not all of it's consumer facing. What about B2B? Don't forget about that. How about decentralized logistics, right? That all ties into this. Like if you commoditize warehouse space and you commoditize freight shipping in this basic way, such that you could stitch together all the little pieces of a decentralized infrastructure to create one cohesive private logistics solution, right? That's another example of all these things can be described with this protocol. So all these things can be implemented with this protocol. So rather than re-implementing everything from the ground up every time you want to make a new kind of marketplace, instead you build on top of this existing abstract protocol because it could be used for anything. And you can have different plugins and so forth. You can have different front ends so that, to the user, now the users don't need to understand that all these things are the same underlying thing. Or they might sort of know in some superficial way, like they might hear like let's say, the protocol is called FAG Market, the FAG Market protocol. People might know like, oh yeah, this eBay clones a FAG Market app, and this logistics app is also a FAG Market app. But people might know that in some superficial way. They won't know what it means, but they, something along those lines is what I'm thinking. And this, I figured it would make sense to touch on the zero knowledge reputation thing in the same breath as talking about that, because the two are so intertwined. Because when I'm talking reputation, of course, as you know, I believe in creating a dystopia where everything you do is tracked and controlled. Okay, but instead of it being by a central authority, it'll be in a decentralized way, and it'll be voluntary, and it'll protect your privacy at the same time. This is the dystopia that I'm creating for you. Okay, so you're going to have things like social credit scores, except it's going to be usually more practical than a social credit score, like your reputation for doing a certain kind of work, your skills, knowledge, expertise in a certain area. It could be your reputation as a customer, buying certain things. So I'm mostly interested in the economic activity. And yeah, some of it could literally be something like a credit rating, maybe. Whatever. It could be whatever you want, because it'll just be, once again, an abstract protocol for defining kinds of reputation, and maybe even links between different kinds of reputation, associations between different kinds of reputation, right? Like you might sell different kinds of things, so maybe all of those contribute to a selling reputation overall, and then there's a reputation that's specific to selling this kind of thing, and so on. I could think of something like that, rather than try and guess what is the best way to do everything. I would say, let's build these abstract tools that are very flexible, that can be used to do anything. And then if you build it, they will come, kind of thing. Let other people play with these tools and see what works in the real world. And that, I think, will lead to certain standards organically developing. The cream will rise to the top, and we'll see what is truly needed. And of course, my friends, the beauty of this, the essential thing here is the zero knowledge proofs, homomorphic encryption, blah, 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 cryptographic magic, black box stuff that you don't fully need to understand, but merely know that using the magic of digital cryptography, you can prove something is true without leaking quite what it is, or without leaking other stuff to do with it. So, for example, instead of having a public identity with public records that everyone can just see everything you've ever done and it's all linked to the same thing, that's not what we're talking about here. That would not be good for your privacy. We're talking about quite the opposite, where you look at this protocol, this zero knowledge reputation protocol, and what you see is a mess of obfuscated crap. And no one really knows what the fuck is going on. You just know that it works somehow. That when you plug it in and you're looking for, a gigolo for your grandma's birthday, that you can get one of a certain reputation rating at a certain price point, and blah, blah, blah. And it's all cryptographically proven, but you may not know exactly who that is. Now, of course, in the case of a gigolo, I think who they are is part of the brand. So they probably would have like a certain name that they use for that and so forth. Especially if they specialize in grandmas, they might say that. But if you have something more touchy, right, you might not even maybe want a brand at all. There might be times when, and I kind of see eye to eye with, if you've ever read left-wing market anarchists, like C4SS, the fucking, what's that stand for? Center for a Stateless Society. Those kinds of guys, left-wing market anarchists, they say interesting stuff like, we should have more decentralized manufacturing, more evenly spread out supply chains. And rather than being super brand focused, a lot of goods should just go back to being commodities, right? Like way back in the day, they just used to have like a big white label on something that's just like rice. This is rice. This is flour. Everything was generic, things that, truly are generic goods that you don't really like. Does the brand matter, or does it just matter that this is what it is? It's what you want it to be, right? Maybe you want organic white medium grain rice that has been tested for levels of fucking arsenic or whatever. That's fine. And it can say what it is. Who really gives a shit about the brand? Do we really need to be in a brand heavy world forever? Yeah, brands have a place, but a lot of times they don't fucking matter. And the super, super brand drenched world that we live in did not happen of its own accord. It didn't happen on its own. It happened in an environment of crony capitalism. So I'm not convinced that in a more liberated market that brands will keep taking center stage for every little thing, namely when brands aren't necessarily good for your privacy. Okay. Like when we have cipher mercs, for example, some of these people will be motherfuckers who's just like, let's say you're a cipher merc or you're on a fire team of cipher mercs that specialize in breaking people out of prison, right? When enough people on outlaw insurance collect in a prison, you reach a point where it makes sense to break them all out, right? It's kind of like the Avenging Angels thing. Do we really want to give individual cipher mercs or fire teams or fucking battalion or whatever, do we want to give these cells brand presences where people know who they are and especially know anything about their history? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they want a brand presence. I think what they need is to be fucking nobodies. I think they need to be ghosts. Okay, you need to have no clue who they are, only that they reach the reputation requirements. So you can literally create a system where, with no manual oversight, with literally no one in the world knowing what the fuck is going on, you can have teams of people being automatically assembled to break people out of prison. Teams of people or individuals or whatever, cells and individuals, cells, but let's say just say cells, okay, or shells, okay. If you remember a previous episode where I kept saying shells, cells could be one person. Maybe sometimes they could be 0 people. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's an AI shell. Oh, here we go again. Maybe it's an AI cell. The cells can be assembled to do anything: cut down speeding cameras, fucking break people out of prison, whatever. It could be something pretty mundane. It could be even, there may even be a use for social attacks or cyber attacks on the police, right? Like maybe there's a cyber cell that they just do shit like overwhelm, fuck up the 911 emergency response system. That can be automatically coordinated to happen at the same time in tandem with an boots on the ground operation being done by another cell over here. These two cells will have no idea who each other are. Now, even in today's world, that may be the case. You have decentralized cell structures, but the difference is, in today's world, they're all organized in inefficient, slow, and hierarchical ways by handlers and cutouts, people who know, right? There's someone who knows who this cell is and who that cell is, and they help coordinate them, right? There's a hierarchy, and it all goes back to whatever, some faggot in an embassy or someone in a foreign country or whatever, in an intelligence agency. Or it goes back to whatever, some, revolution, the fucking Al-Qaeda lieutenants or something. But in this case, it will magically all be coordinated by smart contracts. So there won't be anyone in the world who knows. There won't be anyone who knows who this cell is and who that cell is, and maybe even why certain operations are being triggered 100%, because a lot of the governance can be kind of automated as long as it makes sense, as long as it makes financial sense, to provide coverage to your customers in a certain way at a certain time. It should be triggered. And the degree to which this is automated, or the degree to which there is oversight, that's something that, once again, people have to figure that out. We have to figure that in actual practice. But this can all happen like magic, okay? Like fucking magic, with no one knowing who anybody is. You can, hell, with this kind of technology, you can assemble entire cells of individuals who have no idea who each other are. So this is a whole new level of decentralization, of operational security, a whole new level that was not even, you could not even do this before without this technology. The technology of zero knowledge proofs and homomorphic encryption, these things that allow you to prove something, like, for example, your reputation, you're covered by insurance, you're bonded, you've signed a non-aggression contract, you'll go to arbitration or enforcement if you do anything wrong, and so on and so forth. You are offering this product or service at this price point, and so on and so forth. All that stuff can be tied to a cryptographic identity, and the privacy of all of it can be totally protected with zero knowledge proofs, such that you can ensure that each unit, each individual, each cell, each contract, etc., checks all the boxes that they have to check, and you can prove everything without knowing a single fucking thing, without knowing anything other than that whatever's happening is what's supposed to happen. What do you think? What do you think, boss? Does that sound kind of cool? Because to me, it sounds like I'm a supervillain inventing a doomsday device right now. Okay. To me, it feels like this is a Pandora's box that needs to be opened. This is a genie that begs, screams to be left out of the bottle, and it will grant us a few wishes if we do. And then there's no putting it back in the bottle to keep mixing metaphors and taking that wherever it goes. This is all ad libs, folks. Okay. This is a very poorly prepared show. I'm telling you some shit off the top of my head. Do you find it entertaining? Do I sound like an evil genius? It's because I am, folks. But I'm just here to help in my small way. Tell you the ideas that I think are super cool. Tell you what I think the world needs so that you can do your part. Okay. If it sounds super cool, all right, to have your, it kind of reminds me of something actually that, Gavin DeBecker said in this book, The Gift of Fear, which is a book that I'll fucking read that table of contents to you sometimes for a down-to-earth tip. How do you like that one? Go fuck yourself. The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker is a really good book that I've brought up on the show before. All about predicting when violence is going to happen and that sort of thing. Very ingenious stuff. This guy is a genius supervillain himself. And like he even talks about his traumatic childhood, his supervillain origin story. But he wants to live in like a super like Orwellian tech dystopia where you can leave your child at the playground with a stranger because you magically know his reputation, because it's all whatever, the brain chip in your head shows a little smiley face above his head that shows that his social credit score is good and he's like reliable and known to be good with kids or whatever, known to be a safe person. That's the world he imagines through dystopic Orwellian measures. It occurs to me, however, that that can be done with what I'm talking about. That can be done with zero knowledge reputation. Though to be fair, I'm speculating here, but I kind of think we could go back to some sort of 1950s-esque trust, more lax society, maybe just by cultural changes or just having people experience war and hardship and then come out of it not being total pussies. But who knows? On the other hand, maybe what I want is to create lots of wealth and spending power, and maybe that's what softens people. Maybe that's why people have gotten so soft, that wealth and spending power and standards of living are going up and up. So now it's like our adulthoods are just like one extended childhood where we're just being taken care of by the invisible hand and we don't have to work that hard or something. I don't know, folks. I'm just getting philosophical with you for a second here. I don't know what's going to fucking happen. All I know is whatever kind of damage this monster is going to do to the world, I want to see it. So let's get together and build this Frankenstein of software and business and other sexy things like that. And so just go to fucking VonuPodcast.com/CD and talk to me on SimpleX. And we'll get you into some of these groups like the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency, where they talk about these riveting new technological ideas. And I'm hoping that this will be kind of an incubator where people will get together and actually build these projects. That's what these chats are supposed to be, folks. Okay. So get your ass into these chats. Even if you're a retard, okay? Or you go, well, I studied communications in college, or what do I know about programming? Well, maybe you can be the marketing guy, okay? Every kinds of skill is needed in the counter economy of tomorrow, okay? Just like it's needed now in your faggot economy. So get on the ground floor and become a billionaire over at the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency. Talk to me on VonuPodcast.com/CD to get my SimpleX address or whatever. and we'll get you in touch with some cool people. Pretty cool, if I do say so myself, especially me. But I need to talk more in that chat. I need to check the messages and all that. Shall we close out early soon? Let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything, because on a previous show, like I completely forgot to read someone's fan mail, but there is no fan mail this time. There's no interview except with me and myself and Irene. Like I said, only dumb retards on this show, like me. So me and my guest, which is myself, let's remember to plug us. I'm a privacy and security consultant, versed in all manner of hiding things and protecting things and stopping one thing from touching another thing, and then also, making the thing sorry if it touches the other thing. All that kind of stuff, digital privacy and old school privacy. I'm a big fancy expert, folks. I've been in this for some years as a professional privacy and security consultant. So if you've got any concerns of that matter, you can talk to me. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD and talk to me on Session or SimpleX if you have anything like that. And if you're a digital honorary stakeholder, or a vetted PAZNIan, then you'll get a discount, a big fat discount. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD to talk to me. And I'll leave you with a quote from Abby Hoffman, from the guy. Honestly, he's a very funnable. He's a very funny, quotable guy. Okay, this is a guy who's had a lot of good quotes to choose from. And he's the guy who wrote Steal This Book, which is the book I talked about today. So here's a quote. I'll leave you with a quote from Abby Hoffman. "It is always the young that make the change. You don't get these ideas when you're middle-aged. Young people have daring, creativity, imagination, and personal computers. Above all, what you have as young people that's vitally needed to make social change is impatience. You want it to happen now. There have to be enough people that say, we want it now in our lifetime. This is your moment. This is your opportunity. Be adventurous in the sense of being bold and daring. Be opportunists and seize this opportunity, this moment in history, to go out and save our country. It's your turn now." Self-Liberation Saturday. We'll keep going for some hours still. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner should be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, followed by some more P.R.N deprogramming. And tonight at 8 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, there'll be a Vonu podcast premiere starting. It'll be Rayo 2's guest appearance on the Tinker Tribe podcast with Greg Dode. They went deep into strategies for liberation. They say, so catch that tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
Well, howdy there, folks. You tired of centralized nonsense telling you what's money and what ain't? You tired of the shitcoiners getting your way of ushering in hyper-Bitcoinization? Come on down to Trinkets for Plebs, where decentralization ain't just a buzzword, it's a lifestyle. Now, I can't tell you that these trinkets do much, but I can tell you they shine brighter than fiat promises and they're built tougher than a shit poster in a bear market. You like freedom? You like sound money? You like things that make your in-laws nervous at Thanksgiving? Then, brother, you need yourself a pleb trinket. These little beauties whisper one truth and one truth only. Bitcoin is money. Say it with me now. Bitcoin is money. And folks, I ain't talking about some fancy Wall Street ETF nonsense. No, sir. I'm talking peer-to-peer, open source, borderless magic internet hard money trinkets. Don't ask how it works. Just know the plebs are stacking them. The bona fide, glorified, purity test certified trinkets are running out faster than block space when Udi has VC money. So bring your sats, your hash power, and your best buddy Jim, the one who still thinks Dogecoin's a retirement plan. And come on down to Trinkets for Plebs, where we don't sell dreams, we mine them. Trinkets for Plebs. Decentralization you can hold in your hand.
Seriously, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to take a sponsorship from Trinkets with Plebs? I'm getting so tired of all the fucking pleb slop stuff, guys. I just don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't fucking care. Yes, it's there, and we all have to see it every single day. But you need to stop talking about it. It's become a problem, an addiction. You are addicted to calling out pleb slop. Why can't you just be addicted to things like normal people are? Just do some cocaine, get really drunk, and screw some hookers. There's some cute ones out there if you hang around Michael Saylor. Quit tearing down the heroes of the plebs and exposing them for spewing worthless pleb slop. I don't care if this is the biggest story of the century. Just fucking cut it out, you maniacs. Anyways, even if you keep on going, I'll still love you guys. This is Kaylee Welch, and you are listening to the Bugle Weekly.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water-based aspirin per spray. Ingredients provide enormous benefit to the DMSO. Also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. The good vibe revival.
Hey pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, It is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case, likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
George Sanchez, here reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, our regular installment of Longevity Wonders. As a service to our members, we are always on the lookout for those in excellent health who may have lessons to share when it comes to the topics of health and longevity. With me today is Sage Rosen. While Sage isn't old enough to fulfill the longevity angle, he did recover from so-called stage 4 liver cancer in a highly unconventional way. Let's learn more. Sage, it's great to be with you. Could you tell us your story?
Yes, George, namaste. 5 years ago, deep into a raw vegan diet, I experienced a wide array of health issues. After some testing, mainstream medicine called it liver cancer, highly progressed. They recommended chemotherapy immediately, but still didn't have much hope. Well, one morning, about 16 hours into a hero dose of LSD, the idea came to me. I just needed to start drinking my own urine. This may have just been the drug addict mind at work, as each time I drank a glass of that warm, delicious piss, I redosed some of the acid for a couple days. It was a hell of a time, let me tell you. After I returned to normal, I continued the piss therapy and also started working in meat and dairy back into my diet. It was amazing. My body basically rebuilt itself, and it was from drinking my own urine.
I have to exercise some skepticism here. It could have just as easily been adding back in the meat and dairy. I think you just ate a malnourished diet. Anyway, did you go back and get tests to verify your newfound state of good health?
George, I have to disagree. If you haven't ever tried drinking your own piss, you just wouldn't understand. But yes, I went back and all of my tests came back stellar, within the span of a few months.
You mentioned something else before we started recording. Fermented urine?
Ah, yes. This is where the real hypercharged magic happens. Just as there are benefits to fermenting dairy, cabbage, etc., there are amazing benefits for fermenting urine too. Pee into a mason jar and leave it there for as long as you can muster. If you're like me, you're fiending for that shit, and it's hard to get beyond a week fermentation. I think I could have been the stage for liver cancer in half the time if I started the fermenting urine from the start.
Just incredible. Truly incredible. Well, Sage, I think you're going to have a hard sell here on getting the listeners and viewers to start consuming their own urine. But regardless, we're happy you found health however you managed to do it. Alright, folks. There you have it, Sage Rosen, a connoisseur of all things urine. Of course, I can't truly recommend a modality like this, but I hope it's been enlightening nonetheless. With that, we'll close out this installment of Longevity Wonders. I'm George Sanchez reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Hope you found it of value. Until next time, cheers.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life, or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update, and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The self-liberation bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was I don't know. It was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body, and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Get some Pain Liberator.
To this special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Servile Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here, and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or different categories, it varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one. We'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username of these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price. So I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just like, oh, fuck, I guess like I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, like official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then desired his murder, one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in now. Chandler is next. Dangerous Knowledge is the best knowledge, 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So It's An was the caption and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But these ones are kind of interesting, and we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non U.S. reviews. Scott W. 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. That I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. That's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. But it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. We got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... Alright. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an unexpected and an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom, probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says, bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, it's exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even going to read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication, Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatingAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high net worth plebs and no coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them, because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
All of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
My education has turned my life around completely. Now I have time to do things I enjoy.
I didn't want to take the easy way to success. I wanted a challenge.
So what if the revolution doesn't have good UX? As an independent woman, I am not afraid of a bad user experience.
But a real cypherpunk education, bad user experience and all, means nothing without accreditation. It's pointless without educators and professors with the proper credentials.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
The University of Bitcoin is a credentialed, protocol-first institution. Students learn how to transact adversarially, not about the latest drama or pleb slop.
At University of Bitcoin, your time is valued. Professors don't pick and choose the Bitcoin podcasts you listen to. They help you increase your podcast entropy and your on-chain confidence.
Before you enroll in school to learn about Bitcoin, how to use it, or pay $790 for tuition, check out the University of Bitcoin.
If you want to be a pioneer instead of just some pleb with a degree, check out University of Bitcoin. University of Bitcoin, education for pioneers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, we're back again. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Cordiner. This is Voluntaryist Academy. I am streaming tonight for the third night in a row. I'm pretty pumped about that. Tonight should not be as long as last night was. Last night was very long indeed. Last night we read No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner in its entirety. All three parts, about 3.5 hours. Pretty proud of that. Tonight we're going to read Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. But first, a little housekeeping. I want to make everybody know, have everybody know that that intro music is Brendan Daniel Music on Instagram. Go check his work out. He's a good friend, and he's an amazingly talented artist. So go check his stuff out. Go over to voluntaryistacademy.com. That's my website. If you like the stream, check out the website. That's where you can find everything else that I'm up to. And so tonight we're going to be reading Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. And it's a pretty short book. It's really not much at all. I mean, the text is pretty big. You can see here on the book cam, like the text is pretty big. So it shouldn't take very long at all. When we get into the presentation, it should move along pretty swiftly. Just want to shut off my little space heater back there. Okay, so that does it for housekeeping. And with that being said, let's just jump right in. Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. This article was originally delivered as a lecture at Princeton University, October 1958, at the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. And it's largely about, let's get into it. At the end of the 18th century, there prevailed two notions of liberty, each of them with very different from what we have in mind today, referring to liberty and freedom. The first of these conceptions was purely academic and without any application to the conduct of political affairs. It was an idea derived from the books of the ancient authors, the study of which was then the sum and substance of higher education. In the eyes of these Greek and Roman writers, freedom was not something that had to be granted to all men. It was a privilege of the minority, to be withheld from the majority. What the Greeks called democracy was, in the light of the present-day terminology, not what Lincoln called government by the people, but oligarchy, the sovereignty of full-right citizens in a community in which the masses were metics or slaves. Even this rather limited freedom after the 4th century before Christ was not dealt with by the philosophers, historians, and orators as a practical constitutional institution. As they saw it, it was a feature of the past irretrievably lost. They bemoaned the passing of this golden age, but they did not know any method of returning to it. The second notion of liberty was no less oligarchic, although it was not inspired by any literary reminiscence. It was the ambition of the landed aristocracy, and sometimes also of urban patricians, to preserve their privileges against the rising power of royal absolutism. In most parts of continental Europe, the princes remained victorious in these conflicts. Only in England and in the Netherlands did the gentry and the urban patricians succeed in defeating the dynasties. But what they won was not freedom for all, but only freedom for an elite, for a minority of the people. We must not condemn as hypocrites the men who, in those ages, praised liberty, while they preserved the legal disabilities of the many, even serfdom and slavery. They were faced with a problem which they did not know how to solve satisfactorily. The traditional system of production was too narrow for a continually rising population. The number of people for whom there was, in a full sense of the term, no room left by the pre-capitalistic methods of agriculture and artisanship was increasing. These supernumeraries were starving paupers. They were a menace to the preservation of the existing order of society, and for a long time, nobody could think of another order, a state of affairs, that would feed all these poor wretches. There could not be any question of granting them full civil rights, still less of giving them a share of the conduct of affairs of state. The only expedient the rulers knew was to keep them quiet by resorting to force. Chapter 2. The pre-capitalistic system of product was restrictive. Its historical basis was military conquest. The victorious kings had given the land to their paladins. These aristocrats were lords in the literal meaning of the word, as they did not depend on the patronage of consumers buying or abstaining from buying on a market. On the other hand, they themselves were the main customers of the processing industries which, under the guild system, were organized on a corporative scheme. This scheme was opposed to innovation. It forbade deviation from the traditional methods of production. The number of people for whom there were jobs, even in agriculture or in the arts and crafts, was limited. Under these conditions, many a man, to use the word of Malthus, had to discover that, quote, at nature's mighty feast there is no vacant cover for him, and that she tells him to be gone. But some of these outcasts nevertheless managed to survive, begot children, and made the number of destitute grow hopelessly more and more. But then came capitalism. It is customary to see the radical innovations that capitalism brought about in the substitution of the mechanical factory for the more primitive and less efficient methods of the artisans' shops. This is a rather superficial view. The characteristic feature of capitalism that distinguishes it from pre-capitalist methods of production was its new principle of marketing. Capitalism is not simply mass production, but mass production to satisfy the needs of the masses. The arts and crafts of the good old days had catered almost exclusively to the wants of the well-to-do. But the factories produced cheap goods for the many. All the early factories turned out was designed to serve the masses, the same strata that worked in the factories. They served them either by supplying them directly or indirectly by exporting and thus providing for them foreign food and raw materials. This principle of marketing was the signature of early capitalism as it is of present-day capitalism. The employees themselves are the customers, consuming the much greater part of all goods produced. They are the sovereign customers who are, quote-unquote, always right. Their buying or abstention from buying determines what has to be produced, in what quantity and of what quality. And buying what suits them best makes some enterprises profit and expand and make other enterprises lose money and shrink. Thereby, they are continually shifting control of the factors of production into the hands of those businessmen who are most successful in filling their wants. Under capitalism, private property of the factors of production is a social function. The entrepreneurs, capitalists, and landowners are mandataries, as it were, of the consumers, and their mandate is revocable. In order to be rich, it is not sufficient to have once saved and accumulated capital. It is necessary to invest it again and again in those lines in which it best fills the wants of the consumers. The market process is a daily repeated plebiscite, and it ejects inevitably from the ranks of profitable people those who do not employ their property according to the orders given by the public. But business, the target of fanatical hatred on the part of all contemporary governments and self-styled intellectuals, acquires and preserves bigness only because it works for the masses. The plants that cater to the luxuries of the few never attain bigger size. The shortcoming of 19th century historians and politicians was that they failed to realize that the workers were the main consumers of the products of industry. In their view, the wage earner was a man toiling for the sole benefit of a parasitic leisure class. They labored under the delusion that the factories had impaired the lot of the manual workers. If they had paid any attention to statistics, they would easily have discovered the fallaciousness of their opinion. Infant mortality dropped, the average length of life was prolonged, the population multiplied, and the average common man enjoyed amenities of which even the well-to-do of earlier ages did not dream. However, this unprecedented enrichment of the masses were merely a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution. Its main achievement was the transfer of economic supremacy from the owners of land to the totality of the population. The common man was no longer a drudge who had to be satisfied with the crumbs that fell from the tables of the rich. The three pariah castes, which were characteristic of the pre-capitalistic ages, the slaves, the serfs, and those people whom patristic and scholastic authors, as well as British legislation from the 16th to the 19th centuries referred to as the poor, disappeared. Their scions became, in this new setting of business, not only free workers, but also customers. This radical change was reflected in the emphasis laid by business on markets. What business needs, first of all, is markets, and again, markets. This was the watchword of capitalistic enterprise. Markets, that means patrons, buyers, consumers. This is, under capitalism, one way to wealth, to serve the consumers better and cheaper than other people do. Within the shop and factory, the owner, or in the corporations, the representative of the shareholders, the president, is the boss. But this mastership is merely apparent and conditional. It is subject to the supremacy of the consumers. The consumer is king, is the real boss, and the manufacturer is done for if he does not outstrip his competitors in best serving consumers. It was this great economic transformation that changed the face of the world. It very soon transferred political power from the hands of a privileged minority into the hands of the people. Adult franchise followed in the wake of industrial enfranchisement. The common man, to whom the market process had given the power to choose the entrepreneur and capitalists, acquired the analogous power in the field of government. He became a voter. It has been observed by eminent economists, I think first by the late Frank A. Fetter, that the market is a democracy in which every penny gives a right to vote. It would be more correct to say that representative government by the people is an attempt to arrange constitutional affairs according to the model of the market, but this design can never be fully achieved. In the political field, it is always the will of the majority that prevails, and the minorities must yield to it. It serves also minorities, provided they are not so insignificant in number as to become negligible. The garment industry produces clothes not only for normal people, but also for the stout. And the publishing trade publishes not only Western and detective stories for the crowd, but also books for discriminating readers. There is a second important difference. In the political sphere, there is no means for an individual or a small group of individuals to disobey the will of the majority. But in the intellectual field, private property makes rebellion possible. The rebel has to pay a price for his independence. There are in this universe no prizes that can be won without sacrifices. But if a man is willing to pay the price, he is free to deviate from the ruling orthodoxy or neo-orthodoxy. What would conditions have been in the socialist commonwealth of heretics like Kierkegaard, Schopenhauer, Veblen, or Freud, for Monet, Courbet, Walt Whitman, Rilke, or Kafka? In all ages, pioneers of new ways of thinking and acting could work only because private property made contempt of the majority's ways possible. Only a few of these separatists were themselves economically independent enough to defy the government into the opinions of the majority. But they found in the climate of the free economy among the public people prepared to aid and support them. What would Marx have done without his patron, the manufacturer Frederick Engels? Chapter 3. What vitiates entirely the socialists' economic critique of capitalism is their failure to grasp the sovereignty of the consumers in the market economy. They see only hierarchical organization of the various enterprises and plans, and are at a loss to realize that the profit system forces business to serve the consumers. In their dealings with their employers, the unions proceed as if only malice and greed were to prevent what they call management from paying higher wage rates. Their short-sightedness does not see anything beyond the doors of the factory. They and their henchmen talk about the concentration of power, economic power, and do not realize that economic power is ultimately vested in the hands of the buying public, of which the employers themselves form the immense majority. Their inability to comprehend things as they are is reflected in such inappropriate metaphors as industrial kingdom and dukedoms. They are too dull to see the difference between a sovereign king or duke who could be disposed only by a mere powerful conqueror and a, quote, chocolate king, end quote, who forfeits his, quote unquote, kingdom. As soon as the customers prefer to patronize another supplier, this distortion is at the bottom of all socialist plans. If any of the socialist chiefs had to earn his living by selling hot dogs, he would have learned something about the sovereignty of the customers. But they were professional revolutionaries, and their only job was to kindle civil war. Lenin's ideal was to build a nation's production effort according to the model of the post office, an outfit that does not depend on the consumers because its deficits are covered by compulsory collection of taxes. The whole of society, he said, was to become one office and one factory. He did not see that the very character of the office and the factory was entirely changed when it was alone in the world and no longer grants to people the opportunity to choose among the products and services of various enterprises. Because his blindness made it impossible for him to see the role of the market and the consumers play under capitalism, he could not see the difference between freedom and slavery. Because in his eyes the workers were only workers and not also consumers or customers, he believed that they were already slaves under capitalism, and that one did not change their status when nationalizing all plants and shops. Socialism substitutes the sovereignty of a dictator or committee of dictators for the sovereignty of the consumers. Along with the economic sovereignty of the citizens disappears also their political sovereignty. To the unique production plan that annuls any planning on the part of the consumers corresponds in the constitutional sphere that one-party principle that deprives the citizens of any opportunity to plan the course of public affairs. Freedom is indivisible. He who has not the faculty to choose among various brands of canned food or soap is also deprived of the power to choose between various political parties and programs and to elect the office holders. He is no longer a man. He becomes a pawn in the hands of the supreme social engineer. Even his freedom to rear progeny will be taken away by eugenics. Of course, the socialist leaders occasionally assure us that dictatorial tyranny is to last only for the period of transition from capitalism and representative government to the socialist millennium in which everybody's wants and wishes will be fully satisfied. Once the socialist regime is, quote-unquote, sufficiently secure to risk criticism, Miss Joan Robinson, the eminent representative of the British Neo-Cambridge School, is kind enough to promise us, quote, even independent philharmonic societies, end quote, will be allowed to exist. Thus, the liquidation of all dissenters is the condition that will bring us what the communists call freedom. From this point of view, we may also understand what another distinguished Englishman, Mr. J.G. Crowther, had in mind when he praised Inquisition as, quote, beneficial to science when it protects a rising class, end quote. The meaning of all this is clear. When all people meekly bow to a dictator, there will no longer be any dissenters left for liquidation. Caligula, Torquemada, Robespierre would have agreed with this solution. The socialists have engineered a semantic revolution in converting the meaning of terms into their opposites. In the vocabulary of their quote-unquote newspeak, as George Orwell called it, there is a term, quote, the one-party principle, end quote. Now, etymologically, party is derived from the noun part. The brotherless part is no longer different from its antonym, the whole. It is identical with it. A brotherless party is not a party, and the one-party principle is, in fact, a no-party principle. It is a suppression of any kind of opposition. Freedom implies the right to choose between assent and dissent. But in newspeak, it means the duty to assent unconditionally and strict interdiction of dissent. This reversal of the traditional connotation of all words of the political terminology is not merely a peculiarity of the language of the Russian communists and their fascist and Nazi disciples. The social order that, in abolishing private property, deprives the consumers of their autonomy and independence, and thereby subjects every man to the arbitrary discretion of the Central Planning Board, could not win the support of the masses if they were not to camouflage its main character. The socialists would have never duped the voters if they had openly told them that their ultimate end is to cast them into bondage. For exoteric use, they were forced to pay lip service to the traditional appreciation of liberty. Chapter 4. It was different in the esoteric discussions among the inner circles of the Great Conspiracy. There, the initiated did not dissemble their intentions concerning liberty. Liberty was, in their opinion, certainly a good feature in the past in the frame of bourgeoisie society because it provided them with the opportunity to embark on their schemes. But once socialism has triumphed, there is no longer any need for free thought and autonomous actions on the part of individuals. Any further change can only be a deviation from the perfect state that mankind has attained in reaching the bliss of socialism. Under such conditions, it would be simply lunacy to tolerate dissent. Liberty, says the Bolshevist, is a bourgeoisie prejudice. The common man does not have any ideas of his own. He does not write books, does not hatch heresies, and does not invent new methods of production. He just wants to enjoy life. He has no use for the class interests of the intellectuals who make a living as a professional dissenters and innovators. This is certainly the most arrogant disdain of the plain citizen ever devised. There is no need to argue this point, for the question is not whether or not the common man can himself take advantage of the liberty to think, to speak, and to write books. The question is whether or not the sluggish routinist profits from the freedom granted to those who eclipse him in intelligence and willpower. The common man may look with indifference and even contempt upon the dealings of better people, but he is delighted to enjoy all the benefits which the endeavors of the innovators put at his disposal. He has no comprehension of what in his eyes is merely inane hair-splitting. But as soon as these thoughts and theories are utilized by enterprising businessmen for satisfying some of his latent wishes, he hurries to acquire the new products. The common man is without doubt the main beneficiary of all the accomplishments of modern science and technology. It is true, a man of average intellectual ability has no chance to rise to the rank of a captain of industry. The sovereignty that the market assigns to him in economic affairs stimulates technologists and promoters to convert to his use all the achievements of scientific research. Only people whose intellectual horizon does not extend beyond the internal organizations of the factory and who do not realize what makes the businessman run fail to notice this fact. The admirers of the Soviet system tell us again and again that freedom is not the supreme good. It is, quote unquote, not worth having if it implies poverty. The sacrifice in order to attain wealth for the masses is, in their eyes, fully justified. But for a few unruly individualists who cannot adjust themselves to the ways of regular fellows, all people in Russia are perfectly happy. We may leave it undecided whether this happiness was also shared by the millions of Ukrainian peasants who died from starvation, by the inmates of the forced labor camps, and by the Marxian leaders who were purged. But we cannot pass over the fact that the standard of living was incomparably higher in the free countries of the West than in the communist East. In giving away liberty as the price to be paid for the acquisition of prosperity, the Russians made a poor bargain. They now have neither the one nor the other. Chapter 5. Romantic philosophy labored under the illusion that in the early ages of history the individual was free and that the course of historical evolution deprived him of his primordial liberty. As Jean-Jacques Rousseau saw it, nature accorded men freedom and society enslaved them. In fact, primeval man was at the mercy of every fellow who was stronger and therefore could snatch away from him the scarce means of subsistence. There is in nature nothing to which the name of liberty could be given. The concept of freedom always refers to social relations between men. True, society cannot realize the illusory concept of the individual's absolute independence. Within society, everyone depends on what other people are prepared to contribute to his well-being in return for his own contribution to their well-being. Society is essentially the mutual exchange of services. As far as individuals have the opportunity to choose, they are free. If they are forced by violence or threat of violence to surrender to the terms of an exchange, no matter how they feel about it, they lack freedom. This slave is unfree precisely because the master assigns him his tasks and determines what he has to receive if he fulfills it. As regards the social apparatus of repression and coercion, the government, there cannot be any question of freedom. Government is essentially the negation of liberty. It is the recourse to violence or threat of violence in order to make all people obey the laws of the government, whether they like it or not. As far as the government's jurisdiction extends, there is coercion, not freedom. Government is a necessary institution, the means to make the social system of cooperation work smoothly without being disturbed by violent acts on the part of gangsters, whether of domestic or foreign origin. Government is not, as some people like to say, a necessary evil. It is not an evil, but a means, the only means available to make peaceful human coexistence possible. But it is the opposite of liberty. It is beating, imprisoning, hanging. Whatever a government does is ultimately supported by the actions of armed constables. If the government operates a school or a hospital, the funds required are collected by taxes, i.e. by payments exacted from the citizens. See, like that whole entire thing that I just read, like as a brief aside, that whole entire thing that I just read, I vehemently disagree with Mises on this. When I say Rothbard. He was not correct about that. Government is not a necessary institution. None of it. It's not that. If we take, so let's continue with the reading. If we take into account the fact that as human nature is, there can neither be civilization nor peace without the functioning of the government's apparatus of violent action, we may call government the most beneficial human institution. But the fact remains that government is repression, not freedom. See, like, he's right about that. Government is repression, not freedom. Freedom is to be found only in the sphere in which government does not interfere. But government, all right, so now I'm just going to get into commenting on this along the way because this is why I wanted to read this. So, government is slavery. You cannot have actual freedom with government intervening. So this is a bunch of hypocrisy, really. So freedom is to be liberty is always freedom from the government. Yes. It is the restriction of the government's interference. Yes. It prevails only in the fields in which the citizens have the opportunity to choose the way in which they want to proceed. Civil rights are the statutes that precisely circumscribe the sphere in which the men conducting the affairs of state are permitted to restrict the individual's freedom to act. The ultimate end that men aim at by establishing government is to make possible the operation of a definite system of social cooperation under the principle of the division of labor. If the social system which people want to have is socialism, communism planning, there is no sphere of freedom left. All citizens are in every regard subject to the orders of the government. The state is a total state. The regime is totalitarian. But this is exactly what we have today anyways. So the government alone plans and forces everybody to behave according with this unique plan. In the market economy, the individuals are free to choose the way in which they want to integrate themselves into the frame of social cooperation. As far as the sphere market exchange extends, there is spontaneous action on the part of the individuals. Under this system that is called laissez-faire, and which Ferdinand Lassalle dubbed as the night watchman state, there is freedom because there is a field in which individuals are free to plan for themselves. The socialists must admit that there cannot be any freedom under a socialist system, but they try to obliterate the difference between the servile state and the economic freedom by denying that there is any freedom in the mutual exchange of commodities and service in the market. Every market exchange is, in the words of a social or pro-socialist lawyer, a coercion over people's liberty. There is, in their eyes, no difference worth mentioning between a man's paying a tax or a fine imposed by a magistrate, or his buying a newspaper or admission to a movie. In each of these cases, the man is subject to governing power. He is not free, for, as Professor Hale says, a man's freedom means, quote, the absence of any obstacle to his use of material goods, end quote. This means I am not free because a woman who has knitted a sweater, perhaps as a birthday present for her husband, puts an obstacle to my using it. I myself am restricting all other people's freedom because I object to their using my toothbrush. In doing this, I am, according to this doctrine, exercising private governing power, which is analogous to public government power, the powers that the government exercise in imprisoning a man in Sing Sing. Those expounding this amazing doctrine consistently conclude that liberty is nowhere to be found. They assert that what they call economic pressures do not essentially differ from the pressures of the master's practice with regard to the slaves. They reject what they call private governmental power, but they don't object to the restriction of liberty by public government power. They want to concentrate all what they call restrictions of liberty in the hands of the government. They attack the institution of private property and the laws that, as they say, stand ready to enforce property rights, that is, to deny liberty to anyone to act in a way which violates them. A generation ago, all housewives prepared soup by proceeding in accordance with the recipes that they got from their mothers or from a cookbook. Today, many housewives prefer to buy a canned soup to warm it and serve it to their family. But, say our learned doctors, the canning corporation is in a position to restrict the housewives' freedom because in asking a price for the tin can, it puts an obstacle to her use of it. People who did not enjoy the privilege of being tutored by these eminent teachers would say that the canned product was by the cannery and that the corporation in producing it removed the greatest obstacle to a consumer's getting and using a can. That is, it's non-existent. The mere essence of a product cannot gratify anybody without its existence. But they were all wrong, say the doctors. The corporation dominates the housewife. It destroys by its excessive concentrated power over her individual freedom. And it is the duty of the government to prevent such a gross offense. Corporations say, under the auspices of the Ford Foundation, another of this group, Professor Burrell, must be subjected to the control of the government. Why does our housewife buy the canned product rather than cling to the methods of her mother and grandmother? No doubt because she thinks this way of acting is more advantageous for her than the traditional custom. Nobody forced her. There were people, they are called jobbers, promoters, capitalists, speculators, stock exchange gamblers, who had the idea of satisfying a latent wish of millions of housewives by investing in the cannery industry. And there are other equally selfish capitalists who, in many hundred of other corporations, provide consumers with many hundreds of other things. The better of a corporation serves the public, the more customers it gets, the bigger it grows. Go into the home of the average American family, and you will see for whom the wheels of the machine are turning. In a free country, nobody is prevented from acquiring riches by serving the consumers better than they were served already. What he needs is only brains and hard work. Modern civilization, nearly all civilization, said Edward Kennan, the last in a long line of eminent British economists, quote, "It is the base on the principle of making things pleasant for those who please the market and unpleasant for those who fail to do so. All this talk about the concentration of economic power is vain. The bigger a corporation is, the more people it serves. The more does it depend on pleasing the consumers, the many, the masses. Economic power in the market economy is in the hands of the consumers. Capitalistic business is not perseverance in the once attained state of production. It is rather ceaseless innovation, daily repeated attempts to improve the provision of the consumers by new, better, and cheaper products. Any actual state of production activities is merely transitory. There prevails incessantly the tendency to supplant what is already achieved by something that serves the consumers better. There is consequently under capitalism a continuous circulation of elites. What characterizes the men who one calls the captains of industry is the ability to contribute new ideas and to put them to work. However big a corporation must be, it is doomed as soon as it does not succeed in adjusting itself daily anew to the best possible methods of serving the consumers. But the politicians and other would-be reformers see only the structure of industry as it exists today. They think that they are clever enough to snatch from business control of the plants as they are today, and to manage them by sticking to already established routines. While the ambitious newcomer, who will be the tycoon of tomorrow, is already preparing plans for things unheard of before, all they have in mind is to conduct affairs along tracks already beaten. There is no record of an industrial innovation contrived and put into practice by bureaucrats. If one does not want to plunge into stagnation, a free hand must be left to those today unknown men who have the ingenuity to lead mankind forward on the way to more and more satisfactory conditions. This is the main problem of a nation's economic organization. Private property of the material factors of production is not a restriction of the freedom of all other people to choose what suits them best. It is, on the contrary, the means that assigns to the common man, in his capacity as a buyer, supremacy in all economic affairs. It is the means to stimulate a nation's most enterprising men to exert themselves to the best of their abilities in the service of all the people. Chapter 6. However, one does not exhaustively describe the sweeping changes that capitalism brought about in the conditions of the common man if one merely deals with the supremacy he enjoys on the market as a consumer and in the affairs of state as a voter, and with the unprecedented improvement of his standard of living. No less important is the fact that capitalism has made it possible for him to save, to accumulate capital, and to invest it. The gulf that in the pre-capitalistic status and caste society separated the owners of property from the penniless poor has been narrowed down. In older ages, the journeyman had such a low pay that he could hardly lay by something, and if he nevertheless did so, He could only keep his savings by hoarding and hiding a few coins. Under capitalism, his competence makes saving possible, and there are institutions that enable him to invest his funds in a business. Not inconsiderable amount of capital employed in American industries is the counterpart of the savings of employees. In acquiring savings deposits, insurance policies, bonds, and also common stock, wage earners and salaried people are themselves earning interest and dividends, and thereby, in the terminology of Marxism, are exploiters. The common man is directly interested in the flowering of business, not only as a consumer and as an employee, but also as an investor. There prevails a tendency to efface to some extent the once sharp difference between those who own factors of production and those who do not. But, of course, this trend can only develop where the market economy is not sabotaged by allegedly social policies. The welfare state, with its methods of easy money, credit expansion, and undisguised inflation, continually takes bites out of all claims payable in units of nation's legal tender. The self-styled champions of the common man are still guided by the obsolete idea that a policy that favors the debtors at the expense of the creditors is very beneficial to the majority of the people. Their inability to comprehend the essential characteristics of the market economy manifests itself also in their failure to see the obvious fact that those whom they feign to aid are creditors in their capacity as savers, policyholders, and owners of bonds. All right, coming close to the end here, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Drop a comment in the chat or hit that like and subscribe button or whatever. And I appreciate that. Chapter 7. The distinctive principle of Western social philosophy is individualism. It aims at the creation of a sphere in which the individual is free to think, to choose, and to act without being restrained by the interference of the social apparatus of coercion and oppression, the state. All the spiritual and material achievements of Western civilization were the result of the operation of this idea of liberty. This doctrine and the policies of individualism and capitalism, its application to economic matters, do not need any apologists or propagandists. The achievements speak for themselves. The case for capitalism and private property rests, apart from other considerations, also upon the incomparable efficiency of its productive effort. It is this efficiency that makes it possible for capitalistic business to support a rapidly increasing population at a continually improving standard of living. The resulting progressive prosperity of the masses creates a social environment in which the exceptionally gifted individuals are free to give their fellow citizens all they are able to give. The social system of private property and limited government is the only system that tends to debarbarize all those who have the innate capacity to acquire personal culture. It is a gratuitous pastime to belittle the material achievements of capitalism by observing that there are things that are more essential for mankind than bigger and speedier motor cars and homes equipped with central heating, air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machines, and television sets. There certainly are such bigger and higher and nobler pursuits, but they are higher and nobler precisely because they cannot be aspired to by any external effort, but require the individual's personal determination and exertion. Those leveling this reproach against capitalism displays a rather crude and materialistic view in assuming that moral and spiritual culture could be built either by the government or by the organization of productive activities. All these external factors can achieve in this regard is to bring about an environment and a competence which offers the individuals the opportunity to work at their own personal perfection and edification. It is not the fault of capitalism that the masses prefer a boxing match to a performance of Sophocles' Antonji and Antigone, jazz music to Beethoven's symphonies, and comics to poetry. But it is certain that while pre-capitalistic conditions, as they still prevail in the much greater part of the world, makes these good things accessible only to a small minority of people, capitalism gives to the many a favorable chance of striving after them. From whatever angle one may look at capitalism, there is no reason to lament the passing of the allegedly good old days. Still less is it justified to long for the totalitarian utopias, whether the Nazi or the Soviet type. We are inaugurating tonight the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. It is fitting to remember on this occasion that meetings of this kind, in which opinions opposed to those of the majority of our contemporaries and to those of the governments are advanced and are possible only in the climate of liberty and freedom that is the most precious mark of Western civilization. Let us hope that this right to dissent will never disappear. And that's the end of the book. Well, the essay, the speech. A lot of that, honestly, like is not exactly, maybe it's not exactly in line, with maybe what people might think that this channel is going to present regularly, but it is. I mean, I have. It is like it's a nice short speech that kind of shows the progress that's been made in so far as like the liberty community, the ideas of liberty, and how what we see today in the market, how it's been shaped, and again, this being 72 years old, this speech is 72 years old. The world was a lot different back then, and anarchism in the kind of public, the mainstream, anarchism meant something completely different back then. It wasn't. It was looked upon very differently. And there was a huge amount of this was during the Cold War, so there was a lot going on at this time. So having the bravery to speak about, governments getting in the way of free markets and the types of governments that tend to do so was pretty brave. And so but today we know that all government interferes with the free market, and none of it can really be anything that's going to turn out good for anybody. There are a lot of minarchists out there that think that maybe localism is something that they can rely on to not turn corrupt. I'd be willing to see that in action for a short while, but in any case, before I sign off here, because I wanted to do something tonight. I just didn't want to have it be another 3.5 hour stream like it was last night, or 2 hours like the night before. This goes into the time capsule as a way of showing some of the more progress that's been made. Mises is a brilliant economist and is probably one of the cornerstones of the foundation for the whole entire libertarian movement, at least. But I don't know. Most of his other writings are a lot different than this. I mean, but I think next time we'll get into something a little bit more a little bit heavier. So anyways, guys, let's see. That's going to do it for tonight. I'm James Cordiner. Thank you for tuning in to this live stream. Go to voluntaryistacademy.com to check out the website and to catch up on past episodes. You can obviously explore the YouTube channel, and we have Brendan Daniel to play us out again tonight, and he's going to probably end up being the mainstay artist that's on this channel. So I'm really excited for that. And what else is there? Oh, go to click the link if you want to spend 12 weeks of your life learning new skills and breaking free and maybe coming into the market with your own ideas. Maybe, you have ideas of starting your own business or getting a promotion at your job, or I don't know, even asking for a raise or something like that. There's life skills that you have not been taught yet, and you can learn those life skills over at Autonomy. Autonomy is a 12-week course hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyAndHope.com, of Grand Theft World, Peace Revolution, and you can get that at getautonomy.info, link in the show notes. So, yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you later.
Test and try on it. We didn't need to be deceived about solutions to disease and violence. But I know that hill, and I know we'll kill and die on it. They can fight. Where we plant our flag and what we will not change our minds on. It is how the hills will die on.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chesick, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. and get your hands out of my fucking pockets. End quote. Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Israel, 33 AD. On a hill called Golgotha outside the city of Jerusalem, a man named Jesus is nailed to a wooden cross. He is stripped, beaten, and publicly humiliated, enduring hours of agony until his tragic death. Around him stands a crowd of Jews and Goyim, knowing that they are witnessing one of the most important moments in history. After this day, the world would never be the same. History is undecided on who this man was. To Christians, he was the Son of God. To Muslims, he was a prophet. To the Jews, he was seen as a heretic. Most agree that Jesus was a good man whose teachings were wholesome. Recent revelations put that into question, though, as some are asking if Jesus was truly a plant, meant to pacify the entire Gentile world while the Jews took over every single power structure, secretly controlling everything behind the scenes. I'm your host, Richard Greaser, and I want to welcome you to the inaugural edition of the Bugle Special Investigations, where the world's premier journalists investigate the topics the CIA doesn't want you to hear.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe. Ooh, when I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some Fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
George Sanchez, here reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, our regular installment of Longevity Wonders. As a service to our members, we are always on the lookout for those in excellent health who may have lessons to share when it comes to the topics of health and longevity. With me today is Sage Rosen. While Sage isn't old enough to fulfill the longevity angle, he did recover from so-called stage 4 liver cancer in a highly unconventional way. Let's learn more. Sage, it's great to be with you. Could you tell us your story?
Yes, George, namaste. 5 years ago, deep into a raw vegan diet, I experienced a wide array of health issues. After some testing, mainstream medicine called it liver cancer, highly progressed. They recommended chemotherapy immediately, but still didn't have much hope. Well, one morning, about 16 hours into a hero dose of LSD, the idea came to me. I just needed to start drinking my own urine. This may have just been the drug addict mind at work, as each time I drank a glass of that warm, delicious piss, I redosed some of the acid for a couple days. It was a hell of a time, let me tell you. After I returned to normal, I continued the piss therapy and also started working in meat and dairy back into my diet. It was amazing. My body basically rebuilt itself, and it was from drinking my own urine.
I have to exercise some skepticism here. It could have just as easily been adding back in the meat and dairy. I think you just ate a malnourished diet. Anyway, did you go back and get tests to verify your newfound state of good health?
George, I have to disagree. If you haven't ever tried drinking your own piss, you just wouldn't understand. But yes, I went back and all of my tests came back stellar, within the span of a few months.
You mentioned something else before we started recording. Fermented urine?
Ah, yes. This is where the real hypercharged magic happens. Just as there are benefits to fermenting dairy, cabbage, etc., there are amazing benefits for fermenting urine too. Pee into a mason jar and leave it there for as long as you can muster. If you're like me, you're fiending for that shit, and it's hard to get beyond a week fermentation. I think I could have been the stage 4 liver cancer in half the time if I started the fermenting urine from the start.
Just incredible. Truly incredible. Well, Sage, I think you're going to have a hard sell here on getting the listeners and viewers to start consuming their own urine. But regardless, we're happy you found health however you managed to do it. Alright, folks. There you have it, Sage Rosen, a connoisseur of all things urine. Of course, I can't truly recommend a modality like this, but I hope it's been enlightening nonetheless. With that, we'll close out this installment of Longevity Wonders. I'm George Sanchez reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Hope you found it of value. Until next time, cheers.
This special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Cerebral Society, but our most popular book Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage. But Ben Stone undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUO Publications reviews. So I'll get flipped over here, and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon, it'll come up. And again, it's the most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or it's different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username, these are verified purchases, by the way. So people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser. 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a thyroid is murder, one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So It's Anne was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read. We like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an unexpected and an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should be shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people said that they denounced it also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like like exactly what's exactly what's supposed to happen. you have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment, and it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I won't even read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS like. It's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication, Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously. In both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it. Along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatingAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Keep staying on the grind.
All right, welcome everybody to another edition of the Tinker Tribe podcast. I am joined tonight by returning guest Shane Radliff. He's the host of the Vonu podcast. He runs Liberty Under Attack Publications. Host Vonu Fest has done a lot of great work to get out some self-liberation solutions to everyone that is seeking these solutions. So welcome back to the podcast, Shane. How's it been going?
Hey man, it's great to reconnect. It's been too long, but things are great. Still building, and I have to say, I have to compliment you. You actually pronounced Vonu right. I'm the host of the Vonu podcast, and I kind of reincarnated it. But we found out about 2 years into the podcast we've been saying it wrong the entire time. I just kind of said, "F it, we'll just so I'll just keep rolling with it." But you pronounced it correctly, so yeah, good job.
Yeah, can you remind everybody what that stands for?
Yeah. So, voluntary but not vulnerable. It's a weird acronym. And basically, the idea behind Vonu is, and this originated back in the '60s with a super hardcore self-liberator. Someone who was very forward-looking on technology. We're gonna talk about technocracy stuff tonight, but he was talking about kind of like underground payment networks over like ham radios. So like a very early, he was an engineer, very very forward-looking in terms of like Bitcoin. But yeah, the idea is building lifestyles that make you more invulnerable to the coercion of the state, which obviously that one's obvious. For anarchists or libertarians, like the state's a big enemy, but there's also private coercers too. And even if the state disappears tomorrow, there will always be private coercers. There's no such thing as a utopia. There's not going to be a society where everyone has forsworn the use of coercion. It just won't happen. So, regardless of who the potential coercers are, it's about building lifestyles that are resilient to that. Back in those days, he talked a lot about like van nomadism, like living on a sailboat, strategic relocation, like just moving can be like a huge, like just going from one place to another, like going from Chicago or Iraq, moving to somewhere like like Idaho or Mexico even might be advantageous to Iraq. I mean, they're getting bombed all the time. There's other downsides to it, but I mean, there's all sorts of things, and moving forward into today's day and age, one of the unavoidable aspects is kind of the digital, becoming invulnerable to the digital coercion and the surveillance state, and all of the control grids that are being put in place right now that a lot of people aren't even really aware of. It just sounds like rainbows and unicorns, and Trump's up there with fake Elon and Mr. Palantir, and things are just unicorns and rainbows. Everything's going to be fine.
Right.
And
it's coming to save us all, right? Like that's kind of the idea is that
round two. Mr. Warp Speed round 2.
Yeah, he's gonna save us, and it's don't worry about it, guys. Go back to sleep. It's okay. Trump's here. Big Daddy Trump is here to save us all. But once you start to see a lot of this stuff, you realize ain't nobody coming to save you. It's all a big show. They're showing the left and the right, playing you against each other, and it's always the same agenda rolling out underneath, and it continues to roll out while everybody's distracted, divided, fighting with each other.
Yeah, certainly, and like with 2020, they couldn't have gotten that stuff passed along with and again, not playing into the left-right paradigm, but it's just the people that this day has to worry about are the ones with guns, and the ones that have some reasoning capacity. So like the way that you get these digital technocracy things in place is to put someone like Trump in there and have him start his own meme coin on the Ethereum network, and talk about how America is now the place for crypto, but then at the same time, the samurai wallets, the only real beacon of Bitcoin privacy, they had to take a plea deal because they were facing 20 years in prison for running a privacy service on Bitcoin. So it's like, I tell people in my personal life, it's like, they're not pro Bitcoin. They're not pro Bitcoin. They're not pro crypto. Like they might be pro crypto, but they're not pro privacy. Yeah.
They're pro surveillance that comes along with crypto. And if you're not like willing to fall in line with the surveillance of that system, then you're persona non grata.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, man, you get some people together to talk about solutions. You recently had Vonu Fest, right? And you got some folks out there to you do it kind of as like a private vetted gathering kind of thing. It's not open to the broad public. And you get a bunch of people up there that are focused on some solutions. And are wanting to build some stuff. I listened to some guys that you had on there that were talking about some kind of alternative energy kind of stuff, and stuff that they were working on in that realm. So how do those go? How do you organize those? Like, what are some challenges? What are some things that you go through putting those on? And do you have some good turnout? Do you get some good folks that come out there and check it out?
Yeah. So VoniFest this year is actually VoniFest 6. The first one was in 2020. What I called our Declaration of Freedom, or I actually know our rebirth of ceremony, rebirth of freedom ceremony. Wow, it's been so long. Yeah, that was the initial. The idea behind it, it started back in, I guess it would have been May of 2020. And the world was very tumultuous then. But my buddy Jason Hensa, who you might have seen on HBO documentary The Anarchist, he stopped by, and I was like, I've got this 22-acre homestead, like people should come out here. There's the Nomads Network, set something up, and I thought there'd be no way in the world that people would just come out here. But it's actually a pretty good location. We're like 30 minutes off of like I-70, so east west, like a lot of van nomads that are doing, a lot of people are just traveling in general. It's not far off. It's not far off the beaten path per se, but it's still 30 minutes out in the middle of nowhere. But anyway, so that was so I kind of I organized the entire thing back in that time. I was on Keybase pretty much. Keybase, I think I messaged 1 or 2 people off the platform, but there was no public promotion or anything like that. And then a couple months later, I got really, or I guess the next couple months, I got a little out of control with it. And I've been familiar with the micronation and kind of like declaring your independence, like this, like Sealand and some of those old, new country projects. So I declared my independence and started the Free Republic of PAZNIA. And VoniFest is our yearly gathering of liberation here at Veritas PAZNIA. And the VoniFest 6 this year was great. We had Sky Huddleston, his right-hand man, and one of our executive PAZNIans, we call him, who worked with Sky for a number of years. They're all out here, and we also even had, I'm not going to say names or whatever, but I'll just call him, for people who are familiar with Ben Stone, the Bad Quaker. This guy is the Bad Quaker of breakthrough energy. I'll just put it that way. But we had it's always different kind of each year. Like depends on who comes out, like what kind of the spontaneous focus is. But this year, with them out there, a lot of it was breakthrough energy type topics. And Sky's interesting. He's like this 31 year old, extremely brilliant, brilliant dude, single-minded track, single-minded focus to, breakthrough energy for a lot of reasons that I'm not going to get into here. But people can go find out, but he's this brilliant guy. And he's got his main company right now is Liberated Rocket Heater. And it's a 99.7% efficient rocket stove. And better than, more efficient than SpaceX, apparently, when he found the testing. And so that's kind of his main, the way he's trying to make money, his main financial venture. And he's doing R&D right now on a Tesla turbine that you would put on the rocket heater. And that same 99.7% efficiency that you're using to heat your house and maybe even cook your food, you can also power like a small homestead or something like that.
You could extract some of that heat energy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a really, I couldn't explain the technology to you, but it involves some really wild stuff. With the Tesla turbine. I couldn't get into it with you, but that's down the road anyway. He's even got another project before that's more feasible. He was kind of handed the main prototype from it was kind of handed to him per se. But the Bork engine is this 1930s engine. It's like it takes 5 minutes to take the entire thing apart with one tool. And he's made a couple modifications to it to where it could get super efficient. It basically puts anything that you put into it in supercritical form. So you can put like charcoal slurries, pretty much any type of fuel that you want to put in it, it'll burn. And at super high efficiency. And starting small scale, like his initial, he's not trying to he knows about Stanley Meyer and how a lot of these people that come out with these things and challenge, cars and like the oil companies, they end up unalive. So right. He's starting with like lawnmowers or whatever, get the foot in the market or whatever. Yeah. But he's talked about on our podcast, like the bigger vision for these, where like the main model that's being pushed now is like, hey, buy an electric car and plug your car into your house or plug your car into the grid. But he's trying to flip that to where no, it's you're producing so much energy with your car that you pull up to your house and you plug your house into your car. or even some even bigger scales like where it's actually feasible for a small community, say, to put 100 of these together and have a small nuclear power plant's worth of power. And things like Bitcoin mining, like super cheap Bitcoin mining, that could put like the second realm at an advantage. Like there's so many possibilities. But Sky is incredible. And I guess to add one more element to Sky, there was we just concluded the last second realm speed dating finale on the PAZNIA radio network, and Sky is trying to get better at talking to people. So there's a few occasions where he was calling into this speed dating show on Twitch or on Discord/Twitch. And it's this, 25-year-old millennial or whatever. And it's exactly what you'd expect from that sort of platform. And Sky's getting on there and talking about like all of this stuff. And she's just like, you can watch her like mind explode. But no, it's like, and it's hilarious. It's all around just hilarious. If people want like an entertaining, but also like educational experience, I try to make it because, education is, for not everyone can consume just super dense, boring information like I can, or like maybe you can, or like other people can. But if you do it in an entertaining manner, it works pretty well. So Sky's one of a kind, truly one of a kind. And he was one, like I said, he was one that was there as his right hand man. And just beyond that, Vonu Fest is there's usually I guess it's just been the past couple of years we've really had I guess big visitors or big guests like that. But it's people that my free wife and I have met. We've been going to the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest in Michigan. I've been going since 2015. I think she might have been going a year or two earlier, but pretty much that was how Vonu Fest and PAZNIA started, was from people, from people I've met and had been going there for like, almost, 7 or 8 years. They've all been, vetted by personal experience. So that was the very first Vonu Fest. About 30 of them. There were about 30 people that showed up for the Constitution signing. And there's a video out there. It's pretty wild. It's ridiculous in like a funny manner. But there's a video out there with all this stuff, showing the ceremony and the signing and all that. But that's how it started. And every year, I don't remember what week it is. But people can go to PAZNIA.com/Vonu Fest for our full event schedule. There's usually 5 or 6, but Vonu Fest is definitely the biggest one. And we get together, we enjoy time in the second realm. Most come for the weekend, but it's a week-long event. So it's great, for people that come before and stay after. You actually get like a lot of time together and a lot of time immersed in the second realm. And people really like it here at Veritas, and we do too, obviously. So I've been rambling for a bit, but yeah, Vonu Fest, PAZNIA. Any other questions come to mind? Please bring them up.
Really focusing on solutions and what people can do instead of, a lot of times, a lot of the information and stuff that we're looking at, it can look bleak, right? It can look kind of bleak on where everything is going. But I think if we're focused on building, right, if we're focused on the solutions that we can implement and be a little bit more proactive, then and take action on those, right? Then that alleviates some of these like kind of dark things that are on the horizon. And at least we're given the attempt to push things in a different direction. And I guess, being the organizer of all that, is that kind of like something that you found that you've gotten better, you keep getting better at over time? Was it a little bit of a challenge in the beginning getting that going, or how's that been on you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely been it's all been a learning experience and all unplanned. Essentially, all unplanned. Like PAZNIA wasn't part of the plan. Even being here at this homestead wasn't part of the plan. But I don't know. I guess it's you were kind of you were talking a moment ago about how things can look very bleak and they can. But I'm so there's so much stuff going on in the PAZNIA network right now, with and PAZNIA Radio Network being one of the bigger ones that is taking up some of my time, happily. But our propaganda and entertainment and educational outfit. But it goes a lot deeper with again building out the infrastructure, whether we're talking Bitcoin or Monero. There's Bitcoin Monero nodes that you can connect to. I think I have to check. It's been about a week since logged in and updated. But yeah, there's nodes available. There's simplex relays available. There's ways to try and connect in a decentralized manner, or if you're using cryptocurrency, not connecting to a random node that might be controlled by chain analysis or something like that. We've got PAZNIA.chat, which is our self-hosted Jitsi instance, which is like Zoom. Pretty much, you just go to like PAZNIA.chat, you put in your room name, and you share that link around, and people can hop in there. It's encrypted, open source, all that good stuff. And then more beyond that, with kind of talking about physical space and time, and with the networking and building out the network. I was talking to you pre-show about kind of like the really important part is networking and trying to get these. We should technically speaking, this stuff should have been done before 2020. It would be a lot better. So we're kind of working behind now a little bit. But at the present moment, there's a lot of work being done. Whether it's PAZNIA network or kind of the cypherpunk homesteaders, some of those sorts of groups. But a lot of folks are really focused on mesh networking now. Things like Reticulum. Because the internet's super the internet's super fragile, super controlled, and it's not going to be around forever. It's a decade ago, a lot of this stuff, I was talking about mesh networking on like the Vonu podcast a long time ago, but a lot of it then was theoretical. But now it's actually happening, and all of this kind of coalesces very nicely into so like the communications is one thing, the PAZNIA Department of Communications. Then you have like the Department of Transportation. And a pretty major recent revelation, thanks to buddy Shadrach, who does a lot of driving, and he's got a lot of pretty good mesh networking, mesh network set up so far. He basically combining mesh networking communications with the transportation, because we've got like I mentioned in pre-show, we've got right now it's a vetted map and directory, so only like 50 people have access to it or whatever. But there's a map of locations on the map. Or there's a map of locations, and pretty much the idea is to eventually get that built up enough to where people can just maybe plan routes around the network, alongside that, a lot of the 5G communication infrastructure, a lot of communication infrastructure in general is based around highways and interstates. So why not do the same thing essentially, and knock out two things at once, two critically important things. But I think I guess that's a couple things. Let me see if there was any other tech developments, or I guess any other building things. I'm not sure. But the breakthrough energy aspect is big too. The energy is a major controller. I guess that's been a major avenue of investigation. Mostly it's been finding folks like Sky who are trying to find the ones that are actually building cool things that are going to be feasible soon, versus all the tinkering in the garage. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not going to be quote unquote commercially available or anything like that. Per se.
Mesh networks, we've been playing around with these Meshtastic little nodes, and the little Heltec little handheld
got a couple
units.
of them over there.
Yeah, so you mentioned reticulum.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that in comparison to this Meshtastic system? Is that something a little different, or is it similar to Meshtastic?
Yeah, so what I can offer is what I've so one of the hosts on the PAZNIA Radio Network, Thane Riddle, Cloak and Dagger is a show that he runs. He's a privacy and security consultant, and so there's him, who's very much in favor of Reticulum, and then I mentioned Shadrach, and there's Shadrach's kind of in this like Bitcoin. It's not like a kind of like a Bitcoin. It's not like a Vonu libertarian circles. He's big into the Bitcoin community. There's Shadrach and Thane. So Shadrach and his people are like in Austin, for example. Like if you go to Austin, Texas, you can connect to like 30 different mesh tactic nodes and never ever communicate with the mainstream infrastructure. But there's then there's Reticulum, and I don't know I haven't used Reticulum myself yet. I've only dabbled around in Meshtastic, but there's some, I guess the way that Thane puts it is that like Meshtastic is for like hobby and fun, and Reticulum is like the real deal kind of thing.
That's
so
he's been hardcore people that want to stay like super secure and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's just the better their security. I guess there are limitations on Meshtastic. in terms of like it's hops and routing and all that. I don't understand all of it. I haven't gotten into it that much, but or that deeply. But no, apparently, so like for the purposes of building like alternative infrastructure, like we're doing, apparently Reticulum is the way to go, and projects like Cordal and Start OS, Reticulum is the it's the more serious route for folks that know more than I do. That's kind of the way that I can put it. And folks can go, I recommend. I think Thane talks about Reticulum like every single week. So if you you can definitely find plenty of discussion on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really important part of all this is how do we keep in communication, especially while they're rolling out these different forms of digital ID. You know, there's like these digital ID systems and tied into, you get your world coin and then you just got to submit your retina scan, and then you get some world coin, and now you're in this whole iris or retina scan system. And people think, okay, well, I get some nice world coin cryptocurrency and I can, I don't know, use that, but I've given up part of my privacy. And yeah, man, there's all these flock cameras all over the place now as well, with the reading license plates and stuff like that. Recently came across, like, Jason Bassler made a post about this thing where you can tag all these little flock cameras all around, deflock. But as all this infrastructure is being built, there's these countermeasures and different ways that we can become a little bit more proactive on these things. And so, part of that is building out these series of nodes for these mesh networks, right? Like, if we can have enough of these mesh networks so we can be able to still communicate with each other and have this kind of like travel network that you're talking about, like, we can maybe work a little bit more effectively with each other. And I see that as kind of one of the things that's maybe in our community that we can do a better job at, is like, how do we work together more effectively in our different regions and areas?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's the problem, I guess it's not a problem. It's just things are slow. Like, I envision sometime eventually with the PAZNIA network that we'll have regions, like PAZNIA regions, to where you don't have to just like jump in and like hope that someone will blindly be somewhere close to you or something like that. But yeah, that's tough. I guess really, it's I don't know. It's continuing to build here personally at Veritas, and then also try to expand the network, bring people in as much as you can. But to find, I guess that's where it's slow. Like, to find the hardcore self-liberators that the PAZNIA network is looking for. It's like the way that I put it is like, I'll do a month of broadcast and maybe bring in a new stakeholder or something. Like, it's like you're trying to find that one diamond in the rough, per se. So like the thing with networks is that you need numbers for the network, especially if it's geographically dispersed. But like, I think there are ways to expedite that. So with the Department of Transportation, I've tried to work on it. Like, I've tried to, tried to bring it into vision, but I guess it's too soon. But, so like for fleet apps, like, there are a lot of fleet apps out there now, for transportation, like for drivers. And I'm sure you could buy one bare bones and modify it however you want to. I haven't gotten around to it. There was one other solution that I was looking at a few years ago, but I don't think that's going to be possible. But, like a lot of people are driving for Uber, a lot of people are driving for Lyft. People are looking for other sources of income, and I kind of envision like a Department of Transportation, like a white layer. Speaking in Agora's terms, where like delivering pickles and like the newspaper or something. Like there's nothing nefarious about it. Any Joe Schmo, like, you don't got to worry about like any security concerns or whatever. And so we could join like the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, and they'd have like their reputation built in. And in the white layer, like they could build up reputation, make some money in the second realm, maybe pay out to be in Bitcoin or Monero or something. I don't know. I guess that'd be organized between because we'd stay out of payments. When you enter payments, that's where things get complicated. But that'd be worked out between the shipper and the shipper and the driver.
Right.
But yeah, you have the white layer, which could be open to anybody, and like you can show people that I mean, there's lots of ways you could propagandize that way. And then you have like a gray market, which is for maybe not necessarily vetted in the sense of like coming out to Veritas, out to our physical homestead, but maybe vetted in the sense as they like a 5-star reputation. Everything's always been solid, and there's even been a few like in-person contacts, like people can vouch for them, like they're good people or something, and they can start delivering. I don't know what gray market would be in this context, but whatever it is in the context, where people are talking about this. And then, yeah, like an actual, like this would be.
Well, it could be even raw milk. I mean,
there you go. Exactly. Raw milk. Yeah, exactly.
It could be raw milk.
Unlicensed eggs or something. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Food products, because, some of these things are becoming.
Yeah. Meat that was not processed at a USDA approved. Yeah. Butcher.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of a roundabout answer to your question is how do we, it's kind of like we got to build it up, and I guess it's just continue to do what we're doing, and keep slowly building, because I mean it'd be great for it to be bigger, but if it gets blown up, like if it, if the project gets blown up because you just let people in, like that's like a lot of the hardcore intentional communities, like people can go to like ic.org, and there are some intentional communities that have been around since like 1970. And yeah, they're more left leaning, but whatever. They don't advertise. You don't know they exist.
Right.
And that's how they stay in existence. Not saying they aren't open to people, but it's like 100 people, like a small amount of people that are interested in that find it. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have one over in Blount County, Alabama. It was a bunch of back to the land people back in the day, and they have their own little community out there, and they do some stuff with the public, but yeah, they're pretty much like they got their own people in there, and they're still operating the way that they have been since they started that little community out there. And they've been going on like that for quite a long time. But
yeah, I guess that is one area to look at for inspiration in terms of building community and networking is. And again, like you can learn from anybody. You can learn from any example. So like whether it's organized crime, like obviously that's like a parallel society. Organized crime is they've existed simultaneously with, and also in coordination with, the state at times. And then you have like the Amish. The Amish it's also kind of a parallel society. And then the same like the intentional community. Like these parallel societies can exist for long times. Side by side with each other. And this is one thing I think it was a valuable contribution by Rayo, is essentially that, oh gosh, yeah, I'm gonna butcher that quote too much, but yeah, it's yeah, I guess that's yeah, I'll stop there, but yeah, that's yeah.
Rayo, the guy that was developing this concept of becoming not vulnerable to the system, living outside, living outside of it.
Building parallel societies and learning from those societies have existed for gypsies, for being a nomadic example. I mean, there's a lot of examples out there to learn from. And yeah, I mean, the Amish are interesting for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that at a certain point, like, that nomadism might become a necessity at some point? Like we all have like our little pockets of little freedom communities, but maybe the situation gets a little too hot in that one location and you're gonna have to jump around a little bit.
Yeah. So with Vonu, Rayo was very much in favor of mobility. If the coercers can't find you, they can't coerce you. Yeah. And pretty much every way that you get property nowadays, unless you do it through something like a proxy merchant, someone that you trust that will act as the intermediary and you can not be listed on the property or whatever. Anything beyond, and even with nomadism, like there's still registration and driver's licensure and all that stuff too. So like there's no, there's no perfect. There are solutions and ways to legal intersites and stuff, but no, like so Vonu is very much most of the lifestyle changes are mobile in nature, or at least semi. So like the way I call like off-grid homesteading, like semi-permanent homesteads is the way that I talk about it. And with Vonu, it's having multiple Vonu home bases. And again, like building out this network is also, like there's a network, like there's obviously I want to build out the network, but I'm also trying to build out the network for, me and my wife and that
Your
too. Like
local
if
area,
ever,
yeah.
well, no, I guess everywhere. Just building out, trying to build out a worldwide network so that if things do get super hot and you got to take off, like, got people in many
You
places.
got people you can plug into in different areas.
It's already and obviously, hopefully, nothing like that transpires. But it's again, like you're saying, being prepared, and being proactive, for sure.
Right. Yeah. So what are some things? I know you, the last time we talked was like pretty much going through kind of the lockdown period and kind of going through all those times with the tyranny coming down on everybody. And you were working on some more stuff to become more self-reliant on your own property. Like, have you continued to build a lot of that stuff and work with building up your homestead and everything?
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's a lot more knowledge and a lot more experience. So yeah, I mean, I guess was last year's big project was we moved the ruminants over from our it was an old chicken coop, wasn't good enough. There's a big shed on the other side, and we put out a bunch of huge run of fencing, big chunk of fencing on the left side of the property here, for originally going to be for lambs, but I think we're going to switch over. We've got actually a small herd of goats now, so I think we're going to switch from lambs to goats, because really the only market for lambs is taking the public auction. Well, except I guess we're looking into other avenues, but goats, there's a much larger market for goats, and goat milk
do like goat milk, basically.
Exactly. And a lot more people like my parents don't like fatty lamb or whatever, but they would love goat. And that'd be like for a lot of people around here. So we're kind of switching over there. So I guess we're going to have one more lambing, one more big batch of lambs. And our homestead's a corn and soy free homestead, so we don't feed them anything. But my neighbor right down the street he grows non-GMO corn, non-sprayed, that on my dad's property, for cash rent. So
okay.
The plan is basically have another batch of lambs, fatten them up, feed them the corn, and then take a big batch of lambs to auction, and then buy another goat or two to get some new genetics, and kind of transitioning there to try to actually the first number of years was learning. And I mean, I don't know anyone who's very quickly made money on a homestead, so we're still learning, figuring it out. It's been slow. And so we at that time I think I had the chicken shanty is what I called it. But yeah, there've been a couple. They had I had a lot of birds, 40, 50 birds or something. Ducks, turkeys, and chickens, and a big carport that we reinforced to protect from the raccoons and other predators.
Yeah, those predators get to them.
Yeah, for sure. But we downsized that now and downsized the flock, and now I'm in the process of building I bought like a 212. It was like $200 for like a 20 by 10, like metal. It's a metal base with chicken wire on most of that comes with chicken wire, and you just got to put it on. And then I'm building it out from there, because if I was looking at how much it would cost to buy a chicken tractor, and for like a 4 or 6 bird one, like already made is like $800 or $1,000, and it's like, that's crazy. It's for like that many birds. Forget that. So that's been what I've been working on now is the chicken coop. And I guess the other big project was actually a Voluntaryist project, and I should have mentioned it earlier, but there was I won't go into details, but someone stopped, someone came by, came to PAZNIA, came here actually to physical homestead, and we started a it's a compostable outhouse and outdoor shower project. And he got the kind of the base foundation done, and then had to leave. And so like I finished some of that, like a day or two of that, and then for Voluntaryist, it was for 3 or 4 days. Me and one of our good buddies, Alex, was here, and we finished the shower side. And the compostable toilet part isn't done yet, as far as like the actual toilet, but it's all up there. It's all tongue level, and it looks really, really good. And it's kind of the first actual project here. So yeah, next year, like the outdoor shower is already in operation. Well, we took it down for the winter, but yeah, shower, and yeah, next year there'll be a compostable toilet here on property. So those issues will be will be solved.
Nice. So when you host people and you have them out for events and camping, stuff like that, that there's like a little shower place that people can get cleaned up at and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess there's also another development. We got a pond on the property now too. We just stocked with fish this past spring. But so yeah, the pond's there too for swimming. And I guess for folks, in your network, if they're traveling around or they want to experience Veritas, I'm email away coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and if they're vetted by you, they're and as far as I'm concerned, they're definitely welcome. So we've got lots of places to camp. Lots of garden stuffs if it's the right time of year, wellness items, all sorts of stuff. So I would definitely invite you or folks that you trust. Definitely invite them out here.
Yeah, I think what your partner does a lot of stuff with like healing and like some tinctures and different herbs and stuff like that. He's still working on that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. So Aura's Apothecary. People go to libertarianattack.com/Aura. She's got lots of good stuff like comfrey salve, the comfrey's grown here on the property. There's jewel weed for poison ivy or for itchy stuff. Works wonders. Thyme salve. She's got natural insect repellent. All sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. And that's libertarianattack.com/Aura. And then I actually released my first wellness product called the Pain Liberator. I've been big into DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, which if you ever go to the farm supply store, you can find 95% of that, 95% pure of that stuff. If you're ever in a pinch, but I get 99.9% pharma grade DMSO, and then blend it with aspirin and magnesium. And this most recent batch had I don't know if you're familiar with Doc Barber, but he makes some of the best colloidal silver out there. So it's in that colloidal silver water base. And the idea, it's called the Pain Liberator, and it's the problem with aspirin when people take it, it takes takes some time for it to kick in. But with DMSO, there's 90+% absorption, and with the powdered up aspirin and the DMSO, it's instant pain relief.
So is it like a topical thing?
Oh, it's a spray. Yep, you spray it like wherever you're feeling pain, you spray it. I use it for headaches. It's good stuff. It's great stuff. That's available at libertarianattack.com/pain if anyone wants to check that out. But it's pretty. I mean, people can make it themselves too. It's just like DMSO is. It's getting a little more expensive. But aspirin is, you can buy 1,000 pills for $15, 325 milligrams. So that's cheap. And then this last batch would have been a little more for the colloidal silver. It's a little more high value than other stuff I usually use, but people can make this stuff on their own too. I just didn't know why it didn't exist already.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I guess athletic trainers have known it existed. They've used it. NFL trainer back in the 90s, DMSO was huge in the NFL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can find. It's funny to read the articles. Like every locker room smells like garlic. People are using DMSO, and it's like, they don't need to do that anymore. They got better stuff.
Yeah, it's like there's all kinds of these like alternative health things, but a lot of them become suppressed or called like, oh, what are you doing that for? That's like some quackery or whatever. But that's all the world that we live in with the Rockefeller medicine system and how all that came about. So there's plenty of solutions out there. You just got to go seek them.
Oh yeah.
So we talked a little bit. You mentioned earlier a little bit about like getting the kind of like the entertainment and the word out through different forms of media and entertainment. I know that you've had your publications and you've been putting together like several different little publications, and are you self-publishing a lot of that stuff and putting it out there under your Liberty Attack website? And like, what does it take to get something like that going and doing that kind of publishing? Because I know the last time we talked a lot about how, you know, it's important for the ideas to get out there and the philosophy behind a lot of this stuff to enter and people to get familiar with, for things to change. Because unless you can have like some kind of alternative thought or alternative way of thinking about how the world is, then you're kind of stuck in the centralized paradigm of our system. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think probably one of the best ways that we can get it out, maybe get our message out there, is to become like pretty effective at media, and having, like you said, like having an entertainment bent on it. Like you said, you did the speed dating thing where you get some people together to like maybe talk about some ideas, and maybe how does that go? Is that like just some normie person talking to somebody that's like has some of this philosophical bent to them, or how's that been going?
Well, so the second realm speed dating thing was purely, it was probably maybe just like a 3. I don't know. Thane's talked about. I've looked around for him too. This is just a speed, like this lady, her Coyote Boot or whatever her name is on Twitch. She literally just gets paid to like people call in and with video and like talk to her. It's just like a speed dating show, and Sky just literally just got connected, like got pointed in her direction and started, called a few times. But I've looked around to see if there's anything like that anymore, because Thane wants to call in and just imagine, like, instead of the breakthrough energy. Well, I guess you might not have heard Thane, but Thane is, I don't know. It's not, to put it frankly, I don't know how, every once in a while I'd broadcast to Twitch. And I'm not sure how, we're allowed on there. He's not like, he's not for like, it's supposed to be a comedy show. With trying to make privacy and security sexy and fun. So he goes through initially like the news and whatever news and then into like building the second realm. And again, a lot of it's like mesh networking, or lots of tips, lots of tricks, all that stuff. But no, I would like it. So to imagine like a breakthrough energy angle with Sky, and then I don't know, I can't even imagine what something like that with Thane would be like. I don't think there'll be any more second realm speed datings. It would be cool if there were, but we'll see. We'll see. But no, you're exactly right. Like entertainment, debating is useless nowadays. Like 95% of the time. Especially if you're debate. There's like debating. Like if you're actually going to get to the root of an issue, you've got to like. There's some like for anything that I talk about, it requires so much context, so much like 10 plus years of research. Like how, like it's almost unfair to ask me to condense it down into like a sentence. I try to, it's helpful, but it's almost like unfair. So yeah, entertainment's where it's at. And via Liberty Tech Publications, initially it started out, I wanted a publishing company. Like I was publishing my first book, my only book now, Vonu, Strategy for Self-Liberation, which the second edition's out now. But OYO Publications was other than that, the first books that I published, hashtag Agora and Second Round Book on Strategy, were books that were hidden on this website called interplex.net, and they're available for free. And hashtag Agora is published by Anonymous. This was I call it Agora's fiction. And it's a really, really great story. Quick read, I used to make a habit of reading it every single year. I've gotten out of the habit for the past couple of years, but takes a few hours to read, and really gives you an idea. Like the guy gets introduced to Bitcoin, and then he meets this woman who takes him into the second realm and shows him how like into the world of like encrypted computers and freedom, like true freedom and autonomy. And lots of other good stuff in there too. And then second round book on strategy, which I call it like the nonfiction counterpart to that. But getting back to the fiction part, we've made it a big part. Like a big part of our focus is freedom fiction, or Agora's fiction, anarchist fiction, whatever you want to call it. Because fiction, if you give people a great story, you can kind of you can program, propagandize ideas. I mean, the first realm does this, obviously, right? The Servile Society does this. We can do it too. It's effective. But at least they're being taken towards guided towards their freedom and not like again like something like the centralized control grid or something. But yeah, we've got so hashtag Agora is an amazing one. It's available for free too if you want got to pay for it. I just please read if you can. Then we've got one of our clients, and let's say one of my good friends in real life published he's got the Brushfire thriller series, Brushfire in 2048, and I think there might be another. It's supposed to be a trilogy, so maybe there'll be a third one. But those are available. Those are incorporate a lot of the crypto anarchy sort of solutions, digital technology freedom solutions, and then we just got added. We didn't publish this one initially, but we didn't publish these initially, but Paul Rosenberg is like the OG like cypherpunk crypto anarchist. He wrote a book called A Lodging of Wayfaring Men right after 9/11, or he started writing it before 9/11. And after 9/11 happened, he released it anonymously because he was scared that he was raising a family at that time, and he was kind of rightly worried. But this book, they basically hide the free digital economy in a video game, and it's not just it's not just digital transactions like people like carpenters. Stuff's happening in real life, and it becomes I'm not going to spoil it, but it's truly like it's probably one of the best pieces of fiction out there, and it goes beyond just kind of the freedom aspect. It gets into the human experience. Paul's a Christianity even. Paul's a super interesting guy. He's definitely a Renaissance man. So, that's one that we offer. Paul's newer book, The Breaking Dawn, is there too. But yeah, like
I have that book. I haven't dug into it.
Okay, yeah. Breaking Dawn.
Breaking Dawn.
Okay, yeah, it's great. I've actually read that one twice. I reread that one a couple of years ago. And it's fantastic. But yeah, so those books are there. But it's super important. I mean, there's that saying that like art imitates life, or life imitates art, and it's both. 100% both all the time. But
that's a lot of the way that we relate to each other, right? Is through the telling of stories, right?
Yeah. That's the entire history of humanity. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a really
good point.
It's a really effective way of getting the message out, right? Like if you can put some of this stuff into a fictional story, then you're able to get that across to somebody. Some ideas that maybe you can, share, or somebody would be receptive to just by putting it out there in some kind of technical terms, or like explaining it to them. But if you give them a story and then they can follow along with the story and get involved with it, that some of these ideas will come across that through that story, right?
Yeah. Yes. Certainly. And there's widespread benefits like that. But then there's also like for me, when I got into the realm of Austrian economics and libertarianism and anarchism, there was hardly any focus on solutions. Way back in that day, in those days. So like that's one of my primary goals. LA publication. We one of my big projects was digitizing all of the Vonu zines from the 1960s to the 1990s. And I was thankful enough to get in contact with Jim Stum, who was pretty much a libertarian archivist of again like 1960s, 1990s. And he went and met Rayo back in 1970 and went and camped with him for a time. So he's probably the only person in existence that actually met Rayo that's alive today. And I got in contact with him. He's still alive, still typing on that same typewriter. He doesn't use computers. He sent me his entire collection. And it took me a number of years to finally get digitized. And yeah, those will be slowly released in paperback format. Over the next year or two, and then they'll all be available for free digitally. No, it's we were talking about the fiction aspect. I'm not sure if there's any other angles there, but I thought that was important to drop in just because like so much of this I had to struggle to find to find so much of the stuff on liberation, like the valuable stuff. I had to weed through so much nonsense or so much stuff that would violate security, culture, privacy, and condensed down yeah, like being able to condense that down, and maybe instead of like a decade of tireless research, if someone can sit down and get a picture of how these ideas and lifestyles could look in a book, and they can enjoy it, and maybe it only takes them 3 or 6 hours to finish the book, saves them a lot of time,
Right.
saves them a lot of time, and yeah, the inspiration part of it too. It's hard to it's hard to see, like, especially if you're super ingrained in the first realm of surveillance society, to see the way out is very, very difficult. Like how the hell does a free lifestyle look like in today's day and age? So yeah, you can give people visions, ideas, inspiration. It's critically important.
Yeah. So you mentioned zines. What are zines? If you could explain that a little bit.
Yeah. So I guess these were instead of like magazines today, back in the 60s or 70s, these were small booklets. Ink and paper cost mattered back then a lot more than it does today. But yeah, these were just they were usually monthly. At least like the Vonu ones were usually monthly zines, and they would have usually like an initial section for letters from contributors or advertisements, and then there'd be some articles or contribution, some articles or whatever, and then but they were just small zines, small booklets that were cheap and easy to ship. Back in those days, nothing super special. But there was a lot of special stuff in those publications, so let me tell you, and a lot of other weird, interesting stuff that I stumbled across. Weird stuff that doesn't relate to freedom, but relates to like how the opposition, the enemy always wants to control the opposition, and I'll just say early libertarianism, especially around the 60s, the counterculture time,
It's getting infiltrated.
There's some of that, and then there's also the fact that these strategies are so good that there was probably a big serial killer that was a contributor to Preform Inform. Actually,
wow,
he was big into ciphers in the San Francisco area around in the late 60s. There's a guy, I'm alluding to Zodiac Killer. But there's a guy that released a book just in the past decade or so who ran through, and I noticed this when I was digitizing. I was like, this guy is either like he's either a retard or he's like a high functioning autistic, like he's brilliant. I'm not quite sure. And then I just see weird things. He would just make these weird comments like, turns out you can send a letter to the San Francisco Examiner without a postage stamp. And it's like, why would that be valuable knowledge to anybody anywhere? And I just see like weird things like that. And that was before I typed in Paul Dewar on Google after that, and I was like, holy shit, San Francisco Zodiac Killer. Whoa. And yeah, there's a book, and the author of the book actually got in contact with Paul Dewar's daughter. And they went around, showed evidence and all. And she initially was like, there's no way. And after she went around with the author, she was like, actually, yeah, my dad's a Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer was, Preform Inform, offered some valuable stuff. He was big into like big into the Lord of the Rings and like Hobbit houses and stuff. He was a big weirdo, but not that I'm not into that stuff too, but he was just big into ciphers.
He was putting in like some information into this like kind of a underground kind of Liberty publications.
Paul had his own publication called The Pioneer, and he contributed to other ones. So I mean, there's a lot of valuable information in there. Like he was using it to like brutalize people, which is unfortunate. But the point is, the strategies to remain invulnerable to coercion work, and that's the Zodiac Killer might have slipped through the cracks. But
wow, that's wild, man. I've never heard of that. That's
no,
wild.
I didn't either. This was one. Yeah, it was one of those. Now that's only one of the two things too.
That's something that you stumbled across through going through all these old zines and everything.
Yep. And apparently, and I brought that up to a researcher, Corey Hughes, who does a lot of JFK research. And apparently, Paul Dewar was tied into a militia. There's a militia outfit in California that might turn him on to further research connecting him to JFK, like in the circle of JFK assassination too. So like it's wild. And I haven't mentioned another cool part of this, but I don't really want to go there. There's some interesting stuff for sure.
Yeah, I was listening to part of that show that you had on with Corey Hughes is what his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
about
Carrie
the-
Thornley is an interesting character.
Yeah.
Yep. Found that out a few years after publishing his book. But or not, it wasn't his book. It was from Innovator, an old libertarian zine. He published 5 articles over the span of a few issues on it's called the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, and it was really great stuff. Really great stuff, talking about finding freedom on the open ocean, building community, ways to make money on the open ocean. Really, really great stuff. So we published it as a book, and come to find out, Carrie Thornley was deep naval intelligence. He won a Voices of Democracy writing award in high school. Super smart, but very, very much. Anytime, like as Corey says, like anytime you hear like Voice of Democracy in the 1960s, it's only one thing. Or in the 50s, 60s, whatever. It's only one thing.
That was intelligence.
Yeah, they're trying to get the smart people that they want for these sorts of things. But yeah, Carrie Thornley was apparently, I'm not going to say apparently anymore. It seems pretty. Garrison knew back in the 60s. On the front page of the J.D. Tippett file was talking about Carrie Thornley. Well, Carrie Thornley was the one that shot one of the two that shot Officer J.B. Tippett. J.D. Tippett's the morning of the JFK assassination, to get the Dallas cops to give a shit about it, because most people didn't like JFK back in those days. So they had to kill a cop to get him to care. And people might remember an Oswald lookalike from the upstairs theater that was taken down from the upstairs theater, that got out cleanly. Well, that was Carrie Thornley. Carrie Thornley also shadowed. This is the other weird part too. Is even before all of this, Carrie Thornley was at the same Atsugi military base in Japan, and like 1960, 1961, Carrie was writing this book called The Idle Warriors. About how basically the story of Oswald before it actually happened, that this Marine, this is idle warrior, over in Russia got indoctrinated communism and wanted to start murdering president, killing a president or something. And this was before then. Wow. That book's actually published. It's called The Idle Warriors. And after that, Carrie really didn't, he's kind of stayed under the radar as he could, but there were times later on, Corey Hughes, there was one letter recently on his podcast feed that he reads from Carrie that was a little before, but I have a book where it was a letter to a psychiatrist, because this shit, I think Carrie might have, like, later on in his life actually been remorseful. He didn't realize what he was a part of back in those days, and what would actually transpire from it. But there was a letter where he was like, and I don't remember all the names, but it's like, I was connected with a dozen people that were involved with the JFK assassination. I would call myself crazy too. Yeah, like it's not a coincidence. And Corey Hughes kind of points it out as like it's his confession, essentially. Like these are his confession letters. But he's doing it in a smart way so he could not like go to prison. Or whatever.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, Carrie's an interesting character. And the weird part about it too is that like JFK was, it was 1963, and through so like Innovator was 1965. So he had done this, and then he was writing for these publications afterwards, as a co-editor to Rayo. And I can only imagine Rayo being I don't know. Like maybe that's one reason that he I don't know, like if I found out that I was a co-editor to someone that was like deep naval intelligence and deeply involved with the JFK assassination, I might disappear too, like Rayo did in 74.
Wow.
So I don't know. I keep finding these little gems. Now I want to go through them more, because the most tedious part of the process is these are old, like they're not always good quality, so you can't. I had someone, he had the OCR copies, like scanning copies of a lot of these, but they didn't work because they're old. It didn't work. So I have to type
messed up.
Yeah. So I had to actually type all of these in, and to digitize them. So, it was tedious. And I guess I didn't always necessarily, probably at 150 words per minute typing, I probably didn't actually internalize as much as I should have. So yeah, once the books are out, I'll sit down and actually, read them like a reader instead of a transcriber. But yeah, tons of gold in there, especially Vonu Life.
Yeah. So knowing some of this, knowing that some of these things get, there's some bad actors that come into these spaces. Like how do you safeguard from some of that happening? Like, do you have any ideas about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just vetting. Yeah, it's vetting and the foundation. I mean, one of the principles of the PAZNIA Constitution, to be a PAZNIAN or to be any associated territory, you have to forswear the use of coercion.
Mhm.
So it's I mean, there's not much stipulation. It's basically the only one, and that you have to be committed to privacy, or understand the importance of privacy, whatever. But yeah, vetting's where it's at. Yeah, truly is, and it's hard. Like I get asked the question, quite a bit, and it's like, well, my advice, I guess, is to just, find a freedom festival and go there for 5 years, and you'll probably find some folks that that you can build with, but that's not always relevant to people. So yeah, like I guess now, and I'm even considering this more now, because we've got there's this really terrific family that we met at the farmers market. And we'll slide in, a health tip or something, here and there, and they're actually taking like, they're actually doing some of it, and she's making, she makes like super great, like homemade sourdough bread and stuff like that, and she'll like, if we have a problem with something, she'll usually just take it out for everybody. And see her at the health food store, every Monday when I'm there at the distillery. And like I think there is some value and some possibility. Like obviously I'm not going to invite them to Vonu Fest probably, but as far as building local community too, yeah, that's important. And it goes beyond just building local relationships with good people. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So now we're living in such, the digital age and everything. Do you think that there's kind of a resurgence in this physical media now that there's so much surveillance and stuff over the digital pathways that we live in, the digital airwaves and electrical signals and everything that are going on? Is there somewhat maybe of a resurgence in physical media again, to where you can maybe pass along a pamphlet to somebody, or a physical book, or
That's
a
a good
DVD or something like that? Are we going back to that in some ways, or do you see an importance for that?
No, I think so, but I don't think it's necessarily like a DVD or a pamphlet now. I think it's more something like a 2 terabyte external hard drive, something along those lines. One of the projects, and this LUA Publications goes right along with this, but it's the PAZNIA library, and I guess the idea is, I've got the PAZNIA library here locally, on a external hard drive, but I guess the big goal is redundancy. The big goal is that if one Library of Alexandria gets burnt down, it doesn't matter. That's the idea. We want to build a decentralized Library of Alexandria with podcasts, videos, books, homeschooling materials, anything and everything, entertainment, movies, TV shows, whatever it is, doesn't matter. I guess we're looking at a solution like it's called PeerTube, and it's basically like YouTube over torrents, I guess is a way to think about it, over BitTorrents. And you can still put books up there and all of that, but the idea is that people could, like with IPFS, Internet Interplanetary File Storage. I'm not sure how familiar you or your listeners are with that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with IPFS.
Okay, cool. Cool. So it's kind of the same thing as like people could seed a node. We have our initial Veritas PAZNIA one, and we try to make it where it's like a one-click download, where every single PAZNIA could download the entire PAZNIA library or seed it even via PeerTube, and then we'd have like 30 redundant nodes. And I mean, it's 30 redundant nodes across various jurisdictions, different states, different countries, etc. It'd be very, very hard to stop it ever. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the answer in the future. But I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, so we went to a Freedom Festival last year, a new one, Midfest in Oklahoma, to try to reach a new group of folks, and it was very good, very effective. I actually did sell quite a few books there. So that was, so I guess there is some need for it, but you got to go out to like Freedom Festivals or something. I think Aura, the Free Wife, and I are going to we're going to prioritize Pork Fest this year. I've never been, and it's pretty much one of the biggest ones, and I got to go sometime. So I think that might be our focus next year. And yeah, we go there, we'll probably sell quite a few books, but it's like I mean, even people within our network, books don't sell much. Like people come out here to Vonu Fest, you might sell a handful of books or something, but yeah, I don't know. Physical medium. I think for like data mule purposes or whatever, like for some of the hardcore folks, yeah, I think passing flash drives or hard drives. But no, I think it's mostly digital now. I don't think there's much of a need for it. I like physical books. That's one of the reasons I publish a lot of these books, so I can actually have paperbacks. So I mean, yeah, I'm one of the few rare ones. So a lot of people just have a Kindle and just read on it. So,
well, I'm the same way, man. Like, it's more difficult for me to like sit on a screen and read than to have a physical.
I'd get distracted
and read that book. Yeah. So I'm there with that book in my hand, and when I read it, I'm able to digest it more. And staring at the screen and the light on the screen and stuff like that kind of messes with you over time. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the questions that I know you're a deep reader and you've read a lot of different materials. So how do you find the time with all this other stuff that you're doing? Like, how do you find the time to read? Is that a part of like a daily thing that you do, is take some time to read, or how do you work that into your life?
Yeah, so I wish I could be one of the people that was like, yeah, I have a very rigorous daily schedule that I adhere to. Well, I don't know, maybe I wish, maybe I don't. No, it's not like that. I've noticed my routines, and around December to March or April, I'll pretty much read like, I don't know, depends on the length of the book, but I'll read like 10 or 20 books in the span of like 3 or 4 months. Wow. And then I'll be too busy for the rest of the year. And I guess the rest of the year, I'm just trying to assimilate all of the knowledge that I read in those 3 or 4 months. So I've noticed that routine. When I get into a reading routine, it's hard to get me to stop. So I guess it's naturally worked in, like during the winter months around here is a good time for me to intake, and then I've got time to assimilate, and then hopefully some time to act on the things that I read. But yeah, I don't know if that's gonna. I guess the other hard part about that too is the stuff that I'm reading now. It'll take lifetimes to assimilate G.I. Gurdjieff and stuff. So yeah, it's time doesn't matter in this case. It doesn't matter that much. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's something I found in my life is that, I like to read these books and to digest them and do that. But I find it difficult for me to get to the point where I can find the time to read it nowadays. And so it's, finding that time and being able, like you said, to digest the books and then, be thinking about them and seeing how you can integrate them into solutions and things that you're working on.
And I guess that's the other part of it. The other part that I've found, and Kyle Reardon and I started doing this back in like 2015 or 2016. But he used to write super long and boring and dull articles. I think they're entertaining, but speaking for the majority of people, they probably find them boring. No one ever is going to read any of his articles. So like we would always do, we call them spoken discourses. We turn anything we put into like, writing format, we turn into audio. So I think that's another, you're asking earlier about like, is the physical medium coming back? No, it's not. I don't think it is. But even if people aren't going to read books anymore, like even for me, that'll be my alternative answer. If I want to listen to a book, I'll find the audiobook for it. Because I can't just sit down and read a book but I can listen to it while I'm working. Right. So yeah, and I've done that forever. I'm 2,000 hours of Bill Cooper archives back in like 2012 when I was like 18 or 19. So yeah, it could be done back then. It was difficult. There were no podcatchers, and it was hosted on the shitty website, and it was not easy to do. But damn it, I found a way. So yeah, you and anyone else can too. I know you. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, but listening and also just like that's something like I make people go to VonuPodcast.com. They can find the second round book on strategy audiobook for free. My book, Vonu Strategy for Self-Liberation, is up there for free in audiobook format. There's more. The Book of Secret Hiding Places, How to Bury Your Goods, What else is there? There's more. I'm forgetting. Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, Part 1 and Part 2. There's so much. Yeah, everything out there is available for free. But yeah, if you do want to help support, what we do, if you want, paperback copies, it definitely helps. LibertarianTech.com for that.
Excellent. Yeah. There's so much of this stuff when we talk about being able to pass these messages out and just get the word out to more people that, you look into how some of this stuff was done in the past and in spycraft and things like that, and how they left certain symbols around or whatever that only people in your network might be familiar with and things like that. And it's, there's a lot of these strategies that were done in the past that could be relevant today when we're talking about, building out a network of people that get it and, want to work together. That, there's some of these symbols and things that could be put out, and some of these things where they have these strategies for moving materials and things to not be detected around in different areas. In these military guys' strategies and tactics and stuff like that. And recently talked to a buddy about some of that stuff, and the military's been working on a lot of this stuff for a long time, so they have some useful information to glean, I think, from some of the that they developed over time.
Yeah, one of the books on my reading list, now actually I don't remember the actual name of the book, but there was a book on CIA spycraft, tradecraft or disguises, CIA disguises or something, from the 40s or 50s. Again, learn from anyone, doesn't matter. It's like, of course I'm gonna learn from organized crime. I'm gonna learn from the Amish. I'm gonna learn from who gives a shit all morning from. I'm just gonna learn from them. I don't gotta agree with them morally or ethically, to glean some value from it. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've talked about that because these guys, especially when you're talking about getting people to work together in leadership and getting groups to work together effectively, these guys have really thought about these things over time and developed these strategies on, being able to work effectively with teams. And I think, I've kind of seen it in the freedom community that we're really hardcore individualists, right? And sometimes that doesn't tend towards people working together the most effectively sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's one of those things that I've been thinking about a lot recently because we've got our own little freedom cell group in our area, and I'm doing my best to try to get us to work on things together. But it could be a challenge, man. It can be a real challenge.
Yeah, no, it definitely can be. And I won't go into any personal things here, but coordinating the digital network is one thing. But we've had people come stay on the property and such, and the personal disagreements and stuff, and that sort of stuff happens, and it's I'm thankful for it because I can learn from it and try to figure out better ways to deal with that in the future. But yeah, dispute resolution, private arbitration, and I guess those are big words for just saying working, finding agreements to work between people. But I guess something and maybe this would be a value for you, and I'll just toss it out there. We're so for anyone that that comes to stay on stay at the property for any extended period of time, we're going to default to what's called a win-win-win contract. Explicit, because you got to, unfortunately, if you don't make things explicit, just it seems to be natural that give people an inch and take a mile, that sort of thing. Kind of laying it out and finding English, plain English, needs on both sides, needs on both sides, what's needed for this to work, and then basically come up with an agreement where it's a win for all parties involved. Both me, Aura, and the other individual or family or whatever, and then also for PAZNIA too.
So it's kind of like a setting expectations kind of thing.
Yeah. It's not anything mystical, but it's something you probably should have done it to start with, but you can't know until you know, right?
Put it to practice, right?
Yeah. So I guess that's one thing. It's I don't know. I've mediated many disputes. I guess Telegram's a lot slower than what it is, but I've acted as coordinator and mediated numerous times in the PAZNIA Telegram chat, but I haven't really had to do much of that now. It's been more trying to I guess navigate the waters of trying the waters of building community with a bunch of radical individuals like myself. It's not easy, and it seems like something Thane's big on is monetization is big. Whether we're talking about decentralized anything, monetize anything. You got to give people incentive to to do it. So
Right.
I don't know. There's solutions. I don't know any. I can't give you any specifics there, but
yeah, but well, you touched on something good there, which is like having some way to exchange value with each other and to give value to others, in some way or some regard, so that we're not all just out here like starving freedom fighters that are just like eking out some kind of existence.
Yeah.
So the entrepreneurial aspect and building each other up, like to figure out whatever your strong suits are, if you can turn that into some kind of a entrepreneurial venture that can be fostered within our community. I think those are, that's important skills, right? And you're demonstrating that, and you're doing that stuff and figuring out how you can give value while you're spreading the message.
Yeah, man, and it's unplanned. It's worked out pretty well, and I guess there's been a little planning towards the end of merging, but I mean it all. And this is another thing where it's like, well, like how, like it's the baseline general advice is just build up endless side hustles. Endless side, and it gets like a lot of people say, well, focus on one thing, but in these are like the niche, the markets are kind of small in every single one of these areas, and you never know. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna sling a ghost pad or ghost phone this month, or I don't know if I'm gonna get stakeholder membership. Maybe you'll get a self-liberation bundle order on the publication site. Maybe maybe the Amazon angle will be good this month. Like, you never know what you never know what's gonna sustain you. So, yeah, I mean that's the general thing is like just build out side hustles, and even better if they can feed into each other. To where because I was always trying to find ways like to monetize podcasting or whatever, and you can't just monetize podcasting unless you reach a bunch of people, and so that was never possible. But so like I can get kind of somewhat, maybe not now, maybe in a month or 2 months or whatever. But someone listens to that podcast, goes and buys a ghost pad or something, like, okay, there's my payment. But but then again, maybe it won't happen for 6 months. You never know. So it's pretty much just it's building up a whole slew of side hustles, just so that at any given time, hopefully, very likely one of them will be doing fine to where you're always somewhat okay. And then buying Bitcoin and Monero is also a good thing too, because the number is going up. Not that that's the sale or end all or be all, but economics is economics.
Yep. Yeah. So there's these different, I guess, ways that you can offload your Bitcoin into Monero to kind of make like payments happen for larger things that I've heard about. Do you know anything about some of those solutions that are out there?
So not so as far as Bitcoin to Monero, there's definitely a lot of services like that. I actually just started using. I'm really only into Bitcoin and Monero, and there's an app called Stack Duo, which only has Bitcoin and Monero, and they've got a really slick. Was it that or was it Cake? I think it was this one. I've got like 12 Bitcoin wallets. I do a lot of testing. I'm pretty sure it's this one though. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So in Stack you can swap directly, internally via the app, no KYC, like Bitcoin to Monero. But the other one that's kind of even more interesting, is It's called Cake Wallet, and let's see. Use Cake. There's one I used where I bought a gift card directly in the app, and it worked really, really well. Kind of mad that I can't remember which one it was now.
Yeah, because that's the big hurdle, right? Is getting your crypto into fiat if you need it.
Well, yeah, it's gift cards. Yeah, gift cards is the way to do it. Or the other, like, so gift cards or a service. One I've been using out the past month or so, and one that was recommended to me from via Shadrach. He met this guy in Prague, and that's where the original hardcore cast of crypto anarchists that built a lot of the stuff, a lot of the Bitcoin technology and private technology today. That's where they're from. So the site is called 2Fiat, the number 2Fiat.com, and you can get a MasterCard. It works for recurring subscriptions. But yeah, you'd basically load that up. There's some fees there, but whatever. They're open, transparent about it. And if you want to, you can, if you think it's worthwhile. But it's great in terms of like, yeah, this is a no KYC digital. And you can even add it to like your Apple Pay, which I don't recommend that, but I don't recommend Apple Pay. But like if you're trying to pay like with credit card on Apple Pay or something like that, it works for this. So yeah, you can load it up with Monero, Bitcoin, probably other ones too, but I haven't paid attention to it. So yeah, the number 2Fiat.com is my newest biggest recommendation for like a digital, or even if you're, I guess apparently you can use it like Walmart too if you scan it or something. I don't know how Apple Pay works or Google Pay or whatever works, but it works with it. So that would be a big vetted, one of those vetted solutions that just stumbled across my lap. That I'm super thankful for, because there are a lot of scam sites out there. A lot of scam sites.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're paying in Monero, because there's no reason for them to send you the card or send you the card information.
Right. Because once they got the Monero, right, they can kind of just disappear.
Yeah, that you can't track them. So,
right.
Yeah, so I guess that would be one, and then yeah, there are plenty of swaps. Like I mentioned, Stack Duo. There's internal swap. I think there's internal swap on Cake Wallet too. But going through Bitcoin to Monero or Monero to Bitcoin is definitely not. Definitely not an issue. I used to use when I was practice bad security culture. There's a site called Changelane. At least I used a simple login, like a throwaway email address. But I used to use Changelane and like set up a 2-hop VPN and probably a bunch of unnecessary stuff that I probably made a mistake somewhere. Whereas you can just swap internally in the app and
be done with it
for you. Yeah. So it's easier now. Easier now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those are some cool tools that people can utilize. Well, yeah, Shane. I appreciate you coming on and catching up with me and having a chat, and really appreciate your time. So, yeah, man, where can people find everything that you're doing, all the stuff that you got going on, and let people know how they can follow, support you, and get all your stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, it's been great to reconnect, and I'll put this out on the PAZNIA Radio Network. It'll be a live stream, not this Saturday, but next Saturday at from I guess 8 p.m. Eastern. Starting 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'll throw this out there. Or I guess whenever it is, whether it's a week or two, I'll get this out there, and hopefully some of my folks will go out and check out your work too. I've been loosely following, and I've been seeing you've been doing some stuff, and I need to actually have a conversation focus on what you're doing. So I do intend on doing that. Regardless, people want to keep up with what's going on. Vonu podcast, VONU podcast.com is the best place to go. Everything PAZNIA, pretty much everything. You want audiobooks, you want PAZNIA information, you want live shows, anything like that, it all goes out in the Vonu podcast feed or website. And then liberatingattack.com if you're looking for books, wellness items like we talked about earlier, or privacy tools. We help you share your story via the publishing, but we also help you find your freedom. You shouldn't be using spy phone in your pocket. You should have a ghost phone. You definitely shouldn't be using a computer with an IMEI Intel management engine in there. That's no good, no bueno. Don't need to operate with snitches in our pockets, or or in front of our faces or on our laps. So we offer it's complicated stuff. So thankfully, via vetting, I outsource that to our good friend Very, very good friend, Jamin. One of my best friends, actually, I would say. And I've only actually met him in physical. I've only spent like 3 occasions with him in physical space and time. We're gonna go to his place next year, hopefully. But yeah, he's a hardware hacker. He has been for a long time, and he does all that stuff, so I can trust it. I don't got to deal with it and learn all that shit because I don't want to. To be quite frank. So I outsource that to him, and they're available to anybody. Lowest prices, and you can actually trust it. It's not just from some random website, and you're not going to pay like $1,000 for like an old Pixel or something. So yeah, we offer Ghost pads, Ghost phones. There's more available too. There's a bunch we have to get listed, but like Ghost stations, if you're a content creator or something, comes with like 25 different versions of Photoshop and video editors. Too much for me.
Oh really?
But,
wow. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't know you had that available.
Yeah, and then there's he's built. You can add in even more GPU power, or CPU power for mining or whatever. The Ghost stations are great. They're mega machines. Ghost. So we've got that Ghost tablets, which are small little Lenovo Ghost. I guess Lenovo X200 tablets. Oh, and they're great little beautiful machines. But yeah, there's only a certain number of computers you can do this to. So there's not like a wide variety, but they're all great, and you can toss on your own Linux distribution, whatever you want. And lots of custom options too. Like he's been doing a lot of work on like Wi-Fi surveillance cameras, using mesh networks to like cover the property, things like that. Even drones. He's been doing a lot of stuff with drones too, which is pretty cool. So.
Wow.
Yeah, if you've got any custom solution needs, just email me, Shane@liberatingtech.com, and I will intermediate and get in contact and see if what you want is possible, because we can always do custom deals. Otherwise, PAZNIA.com, PAZNIA.com. We're building the second realm. We're building a parallel network founded on the principles of peace, voluntarism, and coercion, and non-coercion. So, if any of that is interesting to you, PAZNIA.com. Is the place to go. PAZNIA.com/VonuFest to actually get out to an event in physical space and time. Get vetted. Just takes an email usually, and we can get started from there. And then the last thing I'll mention, it's been my baby. I love it. The PAZNIA Radio Network, especially Self-Liberation Saturdays. We start at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central every Saturday. It starts with Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle. It is an incredible show. Don't listen to it with your kids in the car. But unless I'm not going to tell you not to, but I'm just giving you for people listening, maybe listen to one first and then figure out if you want your children to listen to it. It's a little more hardcore than South Park, but it's good stuff. So that's usually Self-Liberation Saturday starts with Cloak and Dagger, and then James Cordiner's the Voluntaryist Academy goes usually for an hour and a half, and then Saturday evenings, if I'm not doing I'm not doing a special thing like second speed dating or a rebroadcast, then I sometimes do a Vonu podcast live, and on Saturday evenings. And it's a nice little 6-hour thing. A lot of comedy. Bitcoin Bugle is a great Bitcoin culture jamming outfit. They put out some amazing ads, quote unquote ads that aren't actually ads.
Yeah,
skits. But it's everything surrounding the PAZNIA Radio Network is comedy. But it's also serious. It's also serious too. But we got to have a good time. We got to laugh, and then we also got to get real deep into the bookkeeper stuff, to where you're about in tears by the end of the broadcast. So we try to encompass the entire sphere of human emotions and human experiences. PAZNIA.com/radio to check out the full schedule. And if anyone wants to start, I mean, we are looking for more shows for the network. So if anyone's looking for you or anyone else, Saturdays. Last Saturday, so we can talk about it, and we're looking. But yeah, man, it's been great reconnecting, and I need to I'm going to set an intention to get you to spend some time with you on the Vonu podcast live and hear more about what you're doing, because I know you're doing a lot of cool stuff, so we'll make that happen. But yeah, with that said, man, thanks so much again. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Make sure that we'll get all those links and everything into the show notes so people can go check it out, support you. You've been in the game for a long time, getting the message out for self-liberation and freedom, so that you definitely deserve to get this support. So yeah, everybody go check out Shane. Make sure that you follow him and get yourself some stuff so that you're not being tracked, traced, databased all the time that Shane has to offer amongst his many other things that he's got going on out there. So please support him. And if you guys like this, please like, share, subscribe this all around so that we can get this message out to more people. So really appreciate it. Once again, Shane, thank you so much, man.
Hey, cheers, brother.
All right.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. The fear of population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope. The revolution is happening. The answer to 1984.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Here's where your story begins. The journey will be long. There'll be dark days, but you'll choose to be strong. Time is running away like a bullet from a gun. Enjoy it while you can. The past can't be undone. Across the roads, choices to be made. It's your story to write. Embrace fate. This is not how the journey ends. No need to wait. Run with the wind. Explosions all across the sky. They try to make you quit, but you can't comply. Cigarette in hand, fire in your eye. You'd rather really live before it's your turn to die. Across the roads, choices to be made. It's your story to write. Embrace fate. This is not how the journey ends. No need to wait. Run with the wind. Focus fixed on the path ahead. The road is long, but you came prepared. Open sky up above your head. You'd rather try than submit to be misled. Across the roads, choices to be made. It's your story to write. Embrace fate. This is not how the journey ends. No need to wait. Run with the wind. Here's where your story begins. begins. The journey will be long. There'll be dark days, but you'll choose to be strong. Time is running away like a bullet from a gun. Chase it while you can. The past can't be undone. Across the roads, choices to be made. It's your story to write. Embrace faith. This is not how the journey ends. No need to wait. Run with the wind.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-chased parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda